Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Aegis Vanguard League. We're here with a VL this time. If you watch AML, you know who we are, but how you doing today, Aussie?
I'm doing well. Seems like we're kind of taking over Aegis. You know, we filled in for ACL. Our AML split literally ended last week, and here we are. ABLing it up. We'll be your casters here for the remainder of ABL. So be sure to check back each Monday, and not sorry to DDG for yoinking your casts away from you, El Bozo, as it were. But speaking of DDG, I think we might be casting them today. Definitely the Titans coming in for sure. More of a David versus Goliath kind of storyline going in with Conduit definitely being the underdog, and that might even be an understatement. So,
yes, I mean, they were both in the Hextech group. Looking back at the group standings, and DDG was number 1 and Conduit was number 5. So there is a little bit of a gap here between our teams in the standings. I will say they did play each other in week number 3, and it did go 2-1. So Conduit won a game. It wasn't a clean sweep. So maybe we'll see a little bit of fighting back and forth. Who knows?
Hey, also, we are doomed, okay? If people do not know our curse, they very may well get acquainted to it today. But that being said, also in AML, we saw the underdogs rise all the way up through the entirety of the playoff bracket and come in and then win in a Game 5 banger, basically. Going to Game 5's very long series, so maybe we're in for a little bit of that treat. Hopefully Conduit can replicate some of that magic they had earlier in the split against DDG for their one single game win against them, and then make that a bit more consistent. They've had plenty of time to figure that out. Now it's just whether or not they were able to use their time wisely. And if, well, that's also discrediting DDG for not using their time at all, because at the same time, that expectation also is there for DDG, right? Like, they should be, in theory, you know, out there practicing, getting better each week, and well, they haven't dropped the game, or dropped a match, I should say, yet. And let's hope it's not tonight, because if it's tonight, they're just out. So that would suck.
Well, they haven't dropped a match in their group, but they did lose the seeding match.
Yes, that is rough. Yeah, yes. That is rough. But
they haven't lost a match within the group. Yes, they were undefeated.
Yes,
so.
Within the group. So,
yeah.
You know, but if you lose today, you're out. So don't lose, basically.
Yeah.
Just don't lose. It's so easy.
And looking at DDG here, like we said, they are 7-0 in the group. They got Troy in the top lane, Evil Lobster in the jungle, Never Saw in the mid lane, Branny Fan in the bot lane, and Mr. Kiwi in support. And they have been very dominant, as we mentioned.
Yeah, of course, being dominant is one thing. Of course, being the underdog has less pressure, though, right, with DDG. You know, I feel like for teams that have been undefeated for the most part, it's incredibly difficult because the pressure is on you. Because you have the pressure like we've been performing all split. If we drop today, we're out, right? Like, that pressure is so immense. But when you're on the underdog side of things, there's not really an expectation for you to perform. You kind of just show up, play the game. Obviously, they're going to try their best to not lose, right, on the side of Conduit. But as we are going to get Conduit here, we got Animosity in the top lane. USA JJ2. Not number 1, not 0, 2 in the jungle. We got Sky in the mid lane. Honks in the bot lane. Hopefully what I'll be doing later tonight after this series ends. And we got Hebo in the support role. Have not been any reports of some sub things going on, which perfect, seeing as the playoffs just started. Again, I think one of the most tragic things, especially if you were like in a DDG position, is being like, man, we had to find a sub for our like playoffs, and then you have that. If you didn't go on to lose, you had that question of, man, did we lose because of the sub? Obviously, it's never the sub's fault, or I'm sure they're very thankful for their subs, of course, but definitely is always that like question of like, did we lose because we had the sub? And so thankfully, hopefully today, there is no sub, as again, that has not been reported to us if that's the case. So we will be just as shocked as you viewers if that were to happen.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of subs, though, they actually did have a sub in game number 1 versus DDG last time they played. So Wave Control, who you saw on the sub screen back there, played mid lane for them in that last series. I actually played Scion mid. It was kind of funny.
Huge.
Huge. But once Sky came back in, they did win a game with Sky as their
hold on now.
That was the game they won. So that is a good sign here. They got Sky at the beginning, hopefully. And I think they'll be firing on all cylinders.
That's huge. That hopefully, right? That there is some hope, okay? But that also means the other game they lost was also with their mid laner. So let's just...
Yes, that's true. We don't have to talk about that.
Okay. Also, as a PSA, if you think owning a husky is great, please do not. Their hair gets everywhere. Literally just got like a big glob of hair off of my hoodie and it still looks like it's there. But regardless, we're into the draft, and of course, one thing I talked about AML the entirety of the year has been Ambessa, still the highest prio champ, even in AVL. Surprise.
Your favorite
champ. My favorite champ. This time though, unlike AML, they actually just don't leave her open. She just gets banned basically every single game. And when she's picked, she got a 66% win rate. 68, 67, it's somewhere in there. It doesn't really matter the numbers. Not a whole lot of games played, so that statistic is not as like that crazy, right? But it's still positive win rate nonetheless. Of course, the Kled ban is a respect for animosity. The Kled guy, I mean, that's just no-brainer here. If you're DDG playing into Conduit, but the Ziggs man getting some of this poke out from the draft, and they did leave Orianna open, and it's an immediate answer here with the Akali, which we did talk about in the AML cast a little bit. Due to the fact that Akali, yes, the lane phase does hurt you a bit because it is Orianna. You know, you just get on to death. It is what it is. But it's when the side lanes start to open up that this Akali matchup really takes over the matchup, thanks to the fact that you can just solo kill the Orianna in any long lane scenario.
Yeah, and I mean, this is actually the exact same thing. Nocturne 2 is exactly what happened in Game 3 between these two teams before. We had a first pick Orianna into second pick Akali Nocturne, so they are very familiar with this exact setup so far in draft. I believe it was the same sides, too. I think it was DDG who took the Orianna, Conduit who responded with Akali Nocturne, but it didn't work out for them last time. So we'll see if they have a little bit more luck this time around.
Hey, sometimes you just aren't firing on the right path at the same time, you know? Sometimes that happens. We'll be the Jax here for TDG, flexibility between top jungle. They do see the jungler, right? Nocturne's not going anywhere else. Sorry, I hate to, like, if you're hoping this is Nocturne support, sorry. That's not going to be happening here. As the Jax, though, does leave things open-ended, so they can kind of flex that around in case they don't want to play it into the top lane. Well, that kind of just breaks the flex completely, as they are just going to draft the Scion here and put the Jax in the jungle, which I find a little bit interesting here, and maybe something I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of, just due in fact that you do have strength in this, you know, you have strength in the fact that this is a flex pick. You might as well utilize it. Also with the fact that 80 carry plus support pairings are incredibly popular and strong. And speaking of strong, Smolder, very strong with that Fire Touch, which is yet to get nerfed, but it is in the cards of getting nerfed. It's almost there. We only have to wait a few more days. Alright, it's almost there, but today it is not. So Smolder Deathfire Touch, his win percentage with that went up by like 5%, by the way, just as an FYI. Though, like, it is an insane. Just do in fact that you just build Bruiser Smolder and you insta stack your Black Cleaver. So you just are doing, you know, maximum amount of damage essentially on your verse Q, which is pretty insane. So insane stuff from Riot. Cannot believe they did not add an internal cooldown like they usually do for Black Cleaver, so it isn't broken, but they just missed that, but that it happens, I guess. But Sivir Senna bans here, I don't necessarily hate here. I think you definitely want to prevent some wave clear. I think also some range / scalability from yourself. Right, we have seen Scions be this unkillable frontline, even for something like a Smolder. And Smolder, yes, when he does get his execute, is able to do a lot of damage, especially because of the max health burn from his, his passive. I think you still have to send a lot of Qs into the Scion before he's gonna die, right? Like, that's the unfortunate part. Like, funnily enough, Smolder is a sustained DPS champion because of the amount of Qs you have to throw out in the fight, but it is the Mundo as an answer into the Scion. So, interesting stuff going through here in the draft for Conduit.
Yeah, I mean, 2 meatballs in the top lane, we see it pretty often. They're just going to smack each other around, stack grasp a couple hundred times, I'm not expecting anything too crazy there, but, now on the other side, you have your top and jungle. Now you need your bot lane, and you need an answer to Smolder, which the Lulu is definitely not bad there. I like the Polymorph for the Nocturne as well, if you're able to dodge that spell shield. But I'm trying to think, normally you want something that outranges the Smolder, can put some pressure on him in the lane phase, but Caitlyn Lulu definitely isn't doing it for me. I know they played Yunara Lulu before, so that might be something to expect, but we'll have to see what they go with here, as actually a point on the Jax jungle too. It is usually picked into those AD fighters, so maybe it'll have a little bit of luck into the Nocturne if you can kind of find those river skirmishes they might be looking for. But it will be the Yunara for DDG as their bot lane duo.
Yeah, so the big thing here with the Lulu pickup is there has been so many instances in the past where even professionally a Akali gets picked, and then they just pick Lulu, and then you polymorph the Akali, and then what is she doing, right? She tries to go in, she gets polymorphed, she dies. A lot of kill threat potential here thanks to the Nautilus. With the pick potential, the issue though is Smolder doesn't really get to follow up with that early enough, so it's not really kill threat in the lane, but you do have decent pick ability later. So you're kind of playing for later here, which is so antithetical to say as a support. Especially engage supports, usually it's the opposite. They don't scale well into the late game as their enchanter counterparts do. But in this case, kind of the Nautilus will be that pick potential later that I think, Conduit's team comp kind of needs, because the difficulty for the Nocturne Akali to really pull it off in team fights against the Lulu, for me, is going to be just maybe a bit too hard. So I think the Nautilus is a good pivot, because then you can play on numbers advantage by getting the early pick. Jax into the Nocturne should be okay, because if you're smart, which should be happening this game, this is not IBSG, so some expectations for these players as it turns out. If you're going to get feared by Nocturne, you can just throw up your Counter-Strike right before you get feared, and because that's when he's the majority of the time going to do all of his DPS, because you can't really answer back into it, and you just avoid all of the damage, so good stuff. We'll see. DDG, I think, easier team fight. Right, I think the Lulu shuts down the Nocturne Akali, which is a bit of an issue. I'm surprised with the Senna ban, to be honest. I think realistically this should have been a Lulu ban, especially because you picked the Akali so early and then didn't get punished for it, is where my mind's at. But Conduit disagree with me, so we'll see how it works out for them.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I didn't even think about the polymorph for the Akali, but that kind of shuts down her whole champion. So that's definitely a great pickup there for DDG. As, I don't know, my main concern for Conduit is just their kind of lack of DPS here. Like you said, even Smolder can struggle to get through the Scion if he gets enough tankiness later on in the game. So it will be a matter of pickability, as you said, and I don't know, maybe I would have liked like a higher damage support as like a higher damage engage support, but that doesn't really exist. Like maybe you build something weird on Rel or Leona, but that's kind of like all I can think of. Honestly, Nico would have been the pick, but obviously banned out by DDG. So yeah, kind of a tough spot, but I'd say definitely both drafts are playable. I do think I favor DDG's just a little bit more. They got the Orianna, they got the Yunara. I think they have the better scaling in general, maybe besides Smolder. But yeah, interesting to see how these two teams will face off. But one thing that I want to bring here into AVL as well as we cast the next few weeks is our Dragon Soul gambling guessing game. So what we used to do for AML is we would try to guess what the Dragon Soul is going to be for the upcoming game. And obviously, you know, you have like a 1 in 5 chance, but you get bragging rights for getting it right. So you want to start us off, Ozzy? What dragon do you think we're getting in ABL?
Yeah, I'm thinking, ooh, what am I thinking here? There's some potential here. I'm just gonna go with an Infernal Soul, I think. Got the Oriana, we got the Akali, we got the Nocturne. Let's see some blow up potential here. I think also Infernal with Smolder would be really funny. You accidentally kill someone with it because you hit Scion and then cleave the backline would be really interesting, but that is such a pipe dream. That is like literally never happening, but regardless, that's my reasoning. I'm sticking with it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the point of the game, right? You know, get a little bit of outdated, you know, whatever reasoning in there. Who knows? But I think I am going to go for an Ocean Soul. I want to see longer fights with the Yunara and Smolder. I want our bot laners to be the star of the show. So that's my reasoning here.
Fair enough. Well, one thing we like to do here is thank our sponsor, Sid Market. Sid Market is your one-stop solution for buying products directly from Japan. They'll help you buy items from over 10,000 shops in Japan, as well as place bids on auctions on your behalf. So you can consolidate all your items safely into one box and can ship internationally. They provide excellent customer service in 19 languages, which is why Zen Market is trusted by over 2 million users worldwide. That's a lot of users. Check the panel below the stream or click the link in the chat to try them out now. If you sign up with promo code Aegis, you'll get 3,000 yen off your first international shipping fee. Thank you, Zen Market, for sponsoring today and sponsoring Aegis. Time for a break as we load up onto the Rift. Don't go anywhere. Because if our curse rage true, this is going to be a long one.
All right, welcome to Summoner's Rift. Game 1 of this elimination best of 5. We got DDG versus Conduit. And what are you expecting in this one, Aussie?
Well, quietest early game of all time. Of course, that's a running joke in AML. Usually when that happens, it's just chaos across the Rift. Fist fighting nonstop, but I think there's actually some realism behind that statement. Like, it's Scion versus Mundo top. So realistically, barring some insane mistakes, I doubt that's going to kick off. Same thing here for like Skye with Doran Shield plus Akali's like base regen. It's really hard to actually solo kill her early. And it's Yunara Lulu versus Smolder Nautilus. So surely this bot lane is not going to do anything. Also, it's a level 6 jungler. It's Nocturne. Like, surely nothing is happening early this game, but I have been surprised before, and I'm sure I'll get surprised again. But we'll say, for if you are a Conduit fan, Smolder could prove to be a bit of a problem. I think dealing with Smolder with their comp is very difficult. I don't really have a good way of locking him down, so that could play a part. Especially if Honks has what it takes to position very well. Of course, scaling top laners. Unfortunately, Mundo way worse in the early game comparatively to the Scion. Scion is kind of a lane bully into certain matchups. This being one of them because of just how weak Mundo is in the early game in lane comparatively to something like the jungle, because he gets to clear the jungle really fast. Guy actually sure could flipping backwards for the trade here. Really nice trades on to Neversaw early.
Yeah, not too bad of stuff here in the mid lane. As Skye actually pretty low. Yeah, just be careful there. Quiet early game.
Yeah, remember.
One thing that you like to do in AML that I thought was pretty neat is kind of zero in on a certain matchup for the day. So what are you feeling on this one? Where's the spice coming in for this series?
Oh, it's for sure Evil Lobster versus USAJJ2 okay, well, mid lane has been spicy. Actually, I've been okay, we're gonna pause. So ignore that fact. There we go. Unpause real quick, but. You know, for me, I think both these junglers are pretty relatively even in skill. It's actually getting it early.
The wraparound is Evil Lobster coming on the other side. Honks gets stunned up and polymorphed, but
this is the worst time for this.
Tower.
This is the worst time for the pause to live.
The pause, the after pause. This up a little bit here. But I imagine Honks should just be able to walk away. Hop out from Evil Lobster there as we're back into the action. Nice wraparound, but it doesn't result in a kill.
Yeah, I would have maybe liked to have seen them go on Kipo, who had just utilized his hook. But instead they try to go in on Honks, who has flash, has barrier, didn't even need to use it. Nice heal usage from Kibo to get the move speed. And funnily enough, Conduit actually wins the HP trade even though they got ganked. So definitely not ideal at all for DDG's bot lane. And they didn't even get the wave crash, I don't think. So as you can actually see now, slow pushes. They're hard shoving now. A lot of minions here to catch for DDG's bot lane. But I suppose some pressure alleviation. Skye continues to look for these trades in mid. Shuriken flipping backwards to try and land some of those 5-point strikes. However, that won't be coming to fruition in that trade we just saw there. Already taking a recall for Darksteel Longsword. So, I mean, due in part to the ferocity between the two mid laners here. Kibo cannot hold the wave, although Honks will miss nothing. So that's pretty good. Pretty good stuff here from Conduit's bot lane so far. As honestly, the fact that they got out of that gank at higher HP than their laners was by far the best thing that could have happened to them. As now they have the timing on this recall because the extra waves stay for Branny. Which means Drake being pinged up here for Conduit should be a pretty easy one to confirm, as bot lane still rotating back bot, needing to catch this wave. It's Animosity.
Ooh, but there's both ultimates. Yeah, I wonder if Animosity was going to use that maximum dosage or probably just die there, but does take a big chunk. Healing's good enough to keep the Mundo alive, but that was a little bit too close for comfort.
Right on the line there. Like, very right on the line. About, like, what, 50 more damage would have confirmed that kill, so... Well played, I guess, by him to hold flash, recognize the absolute limit, but already seeing that the Scion bullying out this Mundo. CS lead is about 10 here, as majority of that wave ended up dying before he was able to teleport back, so does not get majority of that wave, only gets a single one. So, not ideal. If you are Conduit, but you are picking Mundo to be this kind of weak side champ. So, if it's going to be any kind of champ in this game to be behind in CS like this, I would imagine it being on your Mundo is certainly not what you're most sad about.
Yeah, definitely not. And that leads me into another question for you. We most of the time when I look at these two top laners, I'm like, well, they're mainly there just to be unkillable brick walls, but who do you think is more unkillable this game?
I mean, they have a lot of DPS coming through from the Yunara, so Mundo should, in theory, not be a threat, though the pressure on the Yunara this game is pretty high, even though they have Lulu. Because if Polymorph gets used, right, or, hold on.
Ooh, nice hook, though.
Just be... just some poke. Nice polymorph, actually.
Oh, but here's Paranoia into the mid lane. Actually, flash forward from USA, but flash not used from Neversaw. So definitely a trade favorable for DDG there, but that is the first ultimate of the game used for USA JJ, and it does fall a little bit flat.
Yeah, not sure about that flash there. Maybe tried to flash a shockwave or something, but that didn't happen. Fortunately, Paranoia does very little. First one definitely going to burn you quite a bit, but at least gets it on cooldown. Worst thing you want to see out of your Nocturne is picking Nocturne, you hit level 6, he doesn't use it, because usually what happens is you want to utilize your ult basically right as you get it, because you can get your ult back around your level 7 level up, which of course means extra stats, right? And then you can utilize that tempo, etc., right? You can go back. Or even level 8, right, depending. This game, I think, should be right around level, level 7.5, maybe 8 on a second usage here. So not bad, but again, not ideal, right? You want to get something out of it. Didn't even get the flash from Neversaw. Good respect coming out from her. And in this top lane, it's still the Mundo just getting absolutely mollywopped by the Scion, who is having literally no problem whatsoever handling this Mundo.
Yeah, I mean, and you chose it into the Scion too, right? Like, the Mundo was your counter pick into this matchup. And yeah, maybe you're just like, oh yeah, I'll pick a tank, I'll scale, but it still does suck to choose the matchup and then go down, as actually both junglers in the bot side here, but looks like there won't be a fight just yet. Maybe not, probably till that next dragon. And actually, speaking of that dragon, we can see the first two have been Mountain and Cloud, which means we're both still in the running, which is always a great sign this early on in the game.
Statistically, I'm just saying, I guess correctly more often than you do, so...
But I got the finals for AML.
Doesn't matter, doesn't matter. Fake news. I got 2 in that series. You just managed to get the very last one, so...
Oh, as maximum dosage... pushing forward. Animosity, though, taking a lot of damage, but Troy actually does burn through it. I thought the healing might kick in there, but it is Troy has been winning the lane the entire game and now gets a solo kill on top of it.
Yeah, and it's this entire wave lost for the Mundo. Will get picked up here by USA JJ too, but I'm just so shocked that this is a lane Mundo, right? Like, the biggest reason he hasn't been played in top lane competitively is just how weak it is in the early game, and why it was so good in the jungle, right? Because you could just completely negate that issue. unfortunately here, playing against something like the Scion who could just continue to punish you out while he's also scaling with the Soul Furnace stacks is just not ideal. And now Animosity in a very uncomfortable situation as DDG claimed first blood pretty late into the game, but I did predict that, so that's a dub for me.
Yeah,
W
it
prediction.
was indeed a quiet early game. And one thing to point out here too is it actually was Conduit, I believe, who banned 2 tanks. I think they banned the Malphite and the Ornn in first phase, so I think they kind of left themselves with no options when they wanted to pick a top lane tank here. I think it definitely didn't help. Actually, Hook and Paranoia coming out as Mr. Kiwi just deleted from existence near that bot lane tri-brush, and that's exactly what you want to see Conduit do with their comp.
Yeah, nice little pick, but they did invest 4 ultimates for it. Some tower plate gold going over to Neversaw. Definitely won't be complaining about that, to say the least, as it will be the Chemtech Soul, unfortunately. Mundo in the game, I should have known. I should have known. Regardless. Now, Conduit did invest a lot. Paranoia, perfect execution utilized, Mom, also depth charge, right? So those are all going to be up around the same time here. Perfect execution and the Paranoia going to be coming up a little bit later than the bot lane ultimates will be, but Animosity, man, I mean, he's about to die again.
Yeah, it does have to use that maximum dosage again just to stay alive, but it's just such a rough laning phase for this Mundo so far. And yeah, it does suck going back to that Lulu play to use that many ultimates, but I've definitely been there. You know, you get the first amount of CC and everyone gets a little bit trigger happy. You're like, well, gotta use all of my abilities, make sure we get the kill, because sometimes they do get to walk away with just 1 HP. But you know, getting a pick onto your Smolder is good for Conduit. Obviously, DDG had that first blood, and they're scaling as well. So, has been a quiet early game. Dragons are in the favor of Conduit. I'm excited for these mid-game team fights.
Yeah, it could be very explosive. You got the Orianna, you got the Akali, right? You're going to have
a Kibo in the brush there. Flap is invested, so no going out for Honks anymore. But here's Mom. There's the wild growth as Branny Fan just absolutely melting Kibo. Honks trying to go for a trade kill, will get it, but that is a double kill. Oh, actually, maybe not. I spoke too soon. Double kill over to Honks, had the barrier advantage and used it brilliantly. This Smolder is now not only accelerated, he is going to carry this game for Conduit.
It's the Essence Reaver purchase. He actually gets a crit there as well, which might have made the difference, but man, fantastic stuff coming out of bot lane. Conduit, in all reality, had no business winning this. Look at the HP advantage here. Honks is already half health, but it's Branny Fan just sending all of his cooldowns here, also not getting the maximum usage out of his barrier. And, well, it's just the damage coming in. Honks with barrier right at the very end. Keeps him alive. And Crazy. It's a double kill to the dragon on the back of a, honestly, what should have been a very losing play for them. Kibo, I'm also of the opinion that Branny Fan should have just been hitting Honks that entire time instead. Sitting there hitting Kibo provides so much extra damage for the Smolder. We talked about how good at sustained damage the Smolder can do. Especially early game, he wants sustained fights. Like, that is literally exactly what he wants. Not because he wants to do damage and find kills, because it's expected for him to not do that. Because he gets stacks out of it, right? The more stacks he gets, you know, the stronger he gets. That's literally the whole point.
Mr. Kiwi, the Gunblade as well does so much damage. Sky just full combos the enemy support. Mr. Kiwi goes down here. He actually gets over the wall with following the flash as USJJ2 will pick up the enemy jungle as well. And this is exactly the type of environment that Conduit thrives in. They get their picks, they get their kills. And they are definitely winning so far. Is actually over the wall depth charge. Branny Fan tries to get out. Here's Mom over the wall to assist, and that's another one over the Nocturne. As actually, here's Neversaw trying to hold down the fort under this turret, but Hook lands. There's the Shuriken. There's the damage. Actually, Shockwave good onto 2. Wild Growth will keep the Orianna alive. JJ is taking. Can't take for too much longer. Will go down as Neversaw is trying to flip this play. Wild Growth is done, but trying to pinch off the last remaining members of Conduit. Lots of damage onto Kibo. Goes down. Sky's the last one remaining as Conduit just get absolutely obliterated. They get punished for that play.
I don't know why they would go for the dive. It's so winning. They thought they had the damage, but they didn't. And it's a triple kill now over to the Orianna. This started off as a phenomenal play, by the way. Like, this was just an excellent play, but Neversaw's positioning here is just so insane, especially with the ball usage. Looking in the bush at max distance, and then just respecting Sky here as just kind of waiting it out. And really well played. Nice triple kill, but Conduit, initial, run, Animosity, oh lord.
Yeah, I don't know if diving a Mundo is the move, even if you are very far ahead like that. But now the regen's coming in. Now they might have more of a chance, but now out of minions as Lobster spawning up the Rift Herald. They do want to force down this tower. Here's Mr. Kiwi with some backup. Animosity now no ultimate, just means death, as Animosity will go down over to the Jax once again. One turret goes down as they're riding in for another.
All right, well, win condition here for Conduit, definitely on the back of the Soul. Soul point about to be claimed here for them. Very fast Soul even spawning in. It's going to be a 21:37 Soul spawn in, which is pretty insane. Very quick. That also in turn buys them a lot of time to sit there and scale up themselves if they feel like they need it, right? Because it's not necessarily the biggest rush to try and fight these fights if they aren't comfortable because of how winning their top lane, like their top side is. But I think something that's been a strength for Conduit in this game, and maybe something they can exploit later in the series, is their ability to find picks has been phenomenal, right? They've been punishing out Mr. Kiwiism a lot. And that's something I think we have seen of Mr. Kiwiism, especially when he is on things like the Enchanters. I have been critical of his Enchanters in the past. Much prefer him on the Engage, but Animosity for now finds himself in danger.
Yeah, might be able to just walk this one off. Has to flash the Shockwave, but that should be the end of it. I don't imagine you're gonna try to dive a Mundo again. But yeah, crucially does get the flash there, gets the spell shield. I mean, on the other side, DDG do use the Shockwave. Definitely is some good news there for Conduit, but Animosity definitely seeming like a punishable member of Conduit so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the weakness of the Mundo in the lane. Once you die once as well, it's just so hard to recover. Especially into a champ like Sion, who just is never getting weaker in the game. Like, he has such an impressive early level if you, early levels if you can't really fight into him. Very well, Mundo cannot do that. But the issue with Sion is also scaling and getting stronger. Yes, his damage might fall off eventually, right? Especially into something like the Mundo. But it's the fact that he's still going to have that relevance later. Where the Mundo, realistically, doesn't have the best relevance super late. It's very easy, especially in a competitive setting, to really deal with it unless it gets super far ahead. And which majority of those cases happens in the jungle. It doesn't happen in top lane because you just get shut down in your early game. And that's exactly what happened to Animosity this game, where he's down 40 CS at 19 minutes.
Yeah, definitely not where you want to be. If you are trying to be that unkillable tank too, like we were talking about, Mundo's main strength is being so hard to kill in those mid-game team fights, and when you are behind, you might be hard to kill, but Sion is impossible to kill at that point, and then it just becomes a huge problem for your team. As we're seeing some pressure on the map, as you were mentioning also in Champ Select, the Akali is getting some side lane pressure here. Neversaw does have to be pretty careful of that paranoia into perfect execution combo. So at least Conduit are still trying to push forward despite being down just about 2,000 gold here. And I'd say it's definitely still up for grabs.
Yeah, brilliance here for Conduit. They're on Soul Point. They're Smolder super far ahead. Evil Lobster will spot Kibo, but...
Yeah, actually nice. Forces out the flash from the Nautilus with that leap strike. But no kills to be found there.
Good flash from Kibo as well. I think really imperative that he flashes right then and there, because if he dies right there, yes, he's going to be back up for Drake, but it's all of this like time and effort they spent getting the vision control, getting the river control that would have all gone in the way towards DDG. And right now, Conduit needs to control that space because they are down in gold, right? It's so imperative for them to have control over the space. And currently, with Kibo alive, they're able to do just that. And now we see resets coming out across the board as people get back out onto the rift. As we have 40 seconds to go for soul spawning in here for Conduit. And first Drake for DDG at 21 minutes. We'll see if them kind of playing for the gold has paid off for them as we get into this team fight of this Drake. Or if it's going to backfire and Conduit able to win off of the soul. That is to be seen. 15 seconds away. Now it's more like 10, as we're going to have that fight guaranteed. Looking a bit reminiscent of AML.
Yes, it is, as this is about the point where everyone stops really thinking and just starts fighting each other. So we'll see if AVL does the same. It's actually a nice flank there from Sky is already brewing, as moving in for the team fight positioning here around the dragon. Lots of pressure, like you said. It's either soul for Conduit or shutting down that scaling for DDG. You can see Conduit are moving in. Troy trying to hold up the front line. Mom comes over, dragging down to 3k. Nice hook from Kibo, but no follow-up to be found. Here's the Paranoia finally trying to get it onto the back line. Here's Sky doing some work, actually gets Mr. Kiwi on the back end.
Oh!
Troy is causing so much havoc on the other side. Now it is chaos all over the river. Double kill for Troy as triple kill for Honks. And this is Conduit coming out on top. This should just be an ace for Conduit, as the last member of DDG will fall, and Smolder has run over this team fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so much damage in the backline as well from Sky and USAJJ initially. And Honks goes untouched in the fight. And it's soul for Conduit. The win condition. Yes, it's Chemtech Drake, but look at the damage already. The damage from Sky here is just nuts. Gets 3 people down to half health by himself. Yes, the shockwave onto 2 is pretty nice. Does result in Sky being picked up by Troy. But it's Honks who's sitting there basically at full HP for a majority of that fight. Collecting all of the kills he needs. All of the stacks in that fight now with an endless hunger in the inventory at 23 minutes. This Smolder is unleashed onto the rift.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just like worst case scenario for DDG too. You lost the soul. Like you did play for the gold, as you mentioned, and your like 2,000-3,000 gold lead didn't win you that all so important team fight. And that really will be a game changer, as the gold is now about even, but it's Conduit who have that Dragon Soul, that permanent boost to their stats. And that is definitely scary for DDG.
Yeah, big thing as well, right? Like the gold is now even. In fact, it'll start going in the way towards Conduit as they pick up this last tier 1 eventually. Oh, hi here.
Counter-Strike Wild Growth into the Shockwave is actually not a bad combo. Sky is put low at the beginning of this fight. Here's the Paranoia trying to just whittle down Evil Lobster on the front line. But talking about front line, here is Troy. Definitely going to be more unkillable than the rest, but pretty basic front to back going on here. But they do have a chance to walk away, playing a little bit in neutral, but it looks like Conduit don't want to push it any further.
Yeah, exactly what I think Conduit needed there. Looked pretty bad. Sky pretty low. Troy now pressing forward into Animosity, who...
Yeah, as Evil Lobster finds USAJJ on the side, does actually get hooked up. Here's Honks, though. Watch the Smolder with the execute now as well. Honks now godlike. Troy should melt to the Dragon. Unstoppable onslaught, but you got nowhere to go as Sky getting around the other side. Lots of damage onto the Scion. Eventually will go down in the Baron pit as Animosity and Honk trying to hold the front on the other side. Look how much damage this Smolder does. Does get a little bit chunked, but legendary for the Dragon, and Conduit's comp has just become so oppressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Honks on the Smolder going absolutely nuts. 8-0-4 now after that fight. And in reality, you know, I feel like DDG should have just accepted that, like, the fight wasn't going to go on any longer, right? But they try to force the issue on Animosity, who, guess what, is a Mundo in mid-game. Yes, he got behind the Scion, but who on your team is killing this Mundo right now? Literally no one. Right, you didn't punish it nearly hard enough. Now he's got, you know, he's got his Heartsteel stacking up. He's got the Warmonks working to what I assume is going to be a Dead Man's Plate with that. But regardless, it's Conduit coming out strong in game number 1 here against DDG, specifically off of the back of the Smolder. 40 CS up on his opponent. Plenty of gold, I'm sure. I mean, surely, yeah, 4K.
4.5.
Yeah, 4,500 gold here in the pockets here for Honks. Who is looking as menacing as a goose, for sure, on the Rift. If you were unaware, by the way, of how, like, mean geese are, I promise, they are, I don't know, they are terror. Pure unadulterated terror produced by whoever created them. Whoever invented geese, shame on you. That's all I gotta say. They are scary. Sky goes for the same trade pattern with the shuriken flip backwards for the Q, but does not find it there on the Branny. But they're gonna open up the map. The Baron buff being utilized very well here by Conduit. And one thing that's been kind of off-putting here is Kiwiism hasn't really found the impact with the polymorphs I really would have loved to have seen. Again, that's kind of what makes Lulu so deceptively difficult. Your polymorph timing matters so much in fights, and while yes, Animosity is getting tickled here, guess what? He can walk away, get Warbogs, you know, to proc, and he's gonna heal right back up to full HP like nothing even happened. With that Chemtech Soul as well, when he pops massive dosage, good luck killing him through that ever. They still don't have grievous wounds on anyone besides Neversaw. That's it. They have 1 grievous wounds on their team.
Oh, about to get picked out. The paranoia. This could be the last fight of the game if it goes well for Conduit. Nice flash there from the Shockwave depth charge also invested, but Troy is actually pushing into the base of Conduit right now. If DDG can hold on and let their top laner do some work, it could be pretty scary. Hook in for Evo. Does get polymorphed, won't go down. DDG are holding, as on the other side, looks like Troy is getting onto the next tower. Actually teleport in from Neversaw. They want to try and backdoor this as Honks has to stay. They're pushing forward, and now it's become a base race here. Animosity coming back to try and stall. Here's the teleport and the recall coming in as DDG should be pushed off as Honks tries to advance on the other side. Here's Animosity trying to get to Neversaw, but Sky will pick that one up, finish it off as, you know, DDG, they go for the gamble, they go for the base race, and it does not work out as Conduit should just be able to end game number 1 here.
Oh my god, I was so scared for Conduit there for a second. But they hold on. I think, importantly as well for DDG, I thought their base defense was gonna be fine there. Like, they were kind of holding on. Like, a lot of engage tools were already utilized from Conduit there. And Troy had so much pressure. That wave was massive bot lane, right? That I think if they just kind of chilled, Neversaw doesn't TP there, I feel like they can kind of keep holding out. I don't think Animosity is killing Scion by himself, so it would have at least prevented, you know, force someone else to back. And then Scion can just ult away, right? As soon as, you know, people are backing off, you know, the push is, you know, gone from Conduit. I really feel like DDG could have maybe grasped at least one more fight in that game but it's the crucial call for Neversaw to TP in there at the very end that seals their fate in game number 1. And the underdog story is now starting to become a reality, with game number 1 going the way towards Conduit.
Yeah, I mean, well played. Like, we saw them do everything they needed to. Besides that one bot lane play that was definitely overextended and punished, they played a pretty clean game. They won all the fights they needed to. They played their front to back well with Smolder once Honks became online. You know, they got that Baron buff. They used it well. They got right into the base. It was pretty clean. Not many notes from my end, but do you have a player of the game for us for game number 1?
Oh, this is so tough. I mean, surely it has to be Honks on the Smolder. Like,
Oh, yeah.
0 deaths. I feel like there was never an issue, and we're just right into draft. Thank you. I love these kind of moments. But regardless, has to be Honks. I feel like you're going to agree. I feel like it's just such a surefire Smolder MVP that we can just go next. Not really much to talk about. Although Conduit just played a very clean game. Yes, I think the bot dive was really sus. But that you're allotted one sus play a game, surely, right? Like, it happens all the time. Like, these people are not perfect. And while, yes, they're incredible players, right? They are just genuinely top 0.01% of the player base of League. They're still bound to make mistakes. They're going to make silly mistakes like that. Like, also have to recognize, like, there's a reason why in pro play there are the worst teams. Like, they're bound to make mistakes, so they get one. They can have one of those little trip ups. I won't mention it too much. The rest of the game was incredibly clean. They just played their pick comp exactly how they needed to. I felt like they didn't try to bait themselves in the team fights, right? Like, they were very patient, which is something I appreciate, as we are going to now finally move into our first pick, Wilby Zhao, who is technically flexible. AP Zhao not getting nerfed. So keep that in the back of your mind, although I doubt we're going to see it. Has been being played bruiser competitively. You just throw him in the jungle, Crescent Guard, makes him a tank basically, because unless you're opting to walk into Xin Zhao as a range champ, you're probably just going to wait for it to go away. And Pantheon, who has risen in priority immensely since this split has started, continues to show his face in game number 2 here. I was very shocked to not see him in game number 1. I thought they were going to play, like, instead of Jax, who I do want to talk about the Jax, got basically nothing accomplished done in that game. I would have liked to see Pantheon. Pantheon, Orianna's not bad. Similar thing as Jax engage, but Pantheon Ahri continues the pick trend here for Conduit, which worked oh so well last game. And then they had Smolder Insurance, who also got a lead early and continued to get a lead throughout the entirety of the game. So Conduit opting in for some poke comps here. Hopefully DDG has something up their sleeves to kind of deal with it, because game number 1 was not it.
I mean, I will say, when they beat DDG last time, it was Sky on Ahri that basically carried the game. Let me check. I'm trying to remember how many kills it was. It was a decent amount. 13-1 on the last game they played versus DDG on this champion. So I am very excited to see this and see if we get a similar recreation here, because it would be very cool to see a mid lane carry this game too.
I mean, we'd go the whole distance, right? Except somehow Conduit wins all 5 games, so all 5 of them would be the carry.
Yeah.
Maybe the Vladimir coming in actually for DDG, which is interesting. I think Vladimir is in an odd spot, because I think there are many cases in which he is draftable, but people don't draft him because they just aren't comfortable on him. And in this game, Pool gets a lot of value. You're not really easy to pick off. Pantheon, especially if he's not right on top of you, very easy to just blood pool. Blood mist, blood. You just pull, okay? He goes into a pull, okay? You pull, you W the Pantheon W, and you won't get stunned. You can W anytime Ahri Charm comes out, so you won't get charmed. And, well, with this Jinx pickup, that's something the Vladimir is going to be able to one-shot with no problem whatsoever late game. if he's able to get in, back. The biggest thing for me competitively about this champ is it's so important to have your summoners up for the most important fights, because that champion is a completely different champion when he has his summoner spells, which I think is true for certain champs, right? Like, Elysian with Flash has so much more playmaking potential. But for Vladimir, it really feels like he's bound to having both Flash and Ghost, or if it's Flash TP, right, just Flash. But if it is Flash Teleport, the pressure on when you utilize your Flash becomes so much greater than if you played Flash Ghost, because at least with Ghost, you can at least Ghost in a team fight and then kind of split up the two if need be. We'll see how it works out for DDG. I'm a big Vladimir enjoyer, so we'll see if it does pan out here. I think there is some potential, especially if they can get on the backline into the Jinx, one-shot the Jinx out of existence, who, with the pick comp, can get those resets. But if they shut down the reset machine, their longevity in the team fights might prove to be a bit of a struggle, because Ahri, Pantheon are not the best sustained team fighters in the world. But Shen is going to make the pick potential incredibly difficult thanks to Stand United.
Yeah, I mean, and you have double globals now on the side of Conduit, which is always very nice. And I will say also, we've seen some Shen support, so like, who knows if this is a support or a top, which I think is brilliant to do here. My main conundrum going into this fourth pick was, do you pick an enchanter for the Jinx? Do you give it away? Do you give them support counter pick? Or do you pick the top lane like we saw last time, where, Animosity got kind of beat up on the Mundo, and not the greatest thing to have counter pick for, but actually Varus top, it seems here, which Shen would definitely not enjoy. So we'll see where it ends up going.
Yeah, we'll see. See if Animosity has something up his sleeves to pull out here. Will be the Rel. So the Alistar ban making more sense. Obviously, really strong into that's the point I'm about to bring up. Into the Sipper. As well, so I think the ban is smart. However, I think if you're very cheeky here as Conduit and Animosity knows how to play it, I think picking a Nivea here is phenomenal for your draft. So, if Animosity has it in the bag, yes, you have to put your Shen in support. It's going to suck because you have to play into, but it's going to be Janna. Decent disengage, okay?
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, it's
I thought the Anivia top would absolutely fry this game.
That would be so cool.
But we're not going to see it, unfortunately. But I'm not disappointed, because it's very hard, very niche. So you have to put a lot of time into it to learn it. And then you're banking on it not getting nerfed out of that role, and then wasting all of the time spent on picking it. But at the same time, if you're willing to pick Varus top, you might as well learn Anivia top. I'm just saying.
True.
Well,
okay, interesting.
We'll see if that's true. We'll see if that's true.
We heard something from production. They said it could be a Varus mid, given what the players like to play. So
I feel like that's switching around this game. I won't lie. Yeah. I feel like playing this mid is just, you're getting fried.
Into Ahri.
I could be wrong. I feel like you are definitely gonna get picked out more often than not, because I don't know necessarily if Neversaw plays Varus, so that is also something to consider. But regardless, we'll see. Definitely not a big deal, I guess, if you're TDG, because your comp still functions the same no matter where your Varus and Vladimir go. One thing that I think also struggles for TDG is they're playing double 80 carry, they got a Vladimir, they got a Rel, they got a Xin Zhao, so there's some decent front line, they got some really strong damage, but it's after your Rel engages, who starts the fight for you? Not really anyone, and you know who's going to prevent the Rel from engaging this game. The Janna. And they have so many counter-engage tools here. They can be patient with the Charm. The Charm has a much shorter cooldown in general to play off of. Shen can just find a taunt because this comp, for the most part, is very low ranged. Conduit, I think, might just have the better draft here. Because I think the Vladimir looking to one-shot the Jinx this game, that's completely negated by Stand United. I think the double global potential here from the Pantheon is going to put a lot of pressure onto the Vlad in the side lane, who already does not get away from champions very well in general because it's Vladimir. So if you can find that gank, especially because your Ahri Pantheon are playing together, that could be very, very, very hard for DDG to overcome. And we saw the strength of the pick comp that Conduit were able to abuse last game, and now setting themselves up in a prime position to do so. Kibo, although on an enchanter crucially, which might be a difference maker here, rather than something like a Nautilus, because the number one person they picked off last game was Kiwi on the Lulu, who's now on a Rel, who has a much more escape potential because you can always W over a wall or whatever. It's also on Rel, so a bit more tankier, so you can get away with getting gone on more often. Even though you're still a support, you're still more than likely bound to die. There is less engaged to actually punish you coming out from the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, I like all the support talk. When I see Rel, obviously you think of the Alistar. My mind then would go to something, you want an enchanter for the Jinx. I was thinking something like Emilio, interrupt the Rel engage. But I almost like the Janna more. I'm glad that they went in this angle. You can move around the map, you're a lot faster. If you have some plays with the Grand Starfall and the Stand United, if Sky wants to make some roams, you can definitely assist with that as well, while keeping an eye on your Jinx as an enchanter. I really like what Conduit done here, especially with that R5 pick. So yeah, I'd say I'm a fan, and I'm rooting for the underdog run here in game number 2 as well.
Yeah, we got bias on the cast. We need to replace Boss Kitty, please. We got bias.
No!
We're rooting for Conduit. Okay, but to be fair, all right, our producer comes from DDG, so we have to offset the balance on the broad.
Exactly.
All right, but no, in general, I think they have a better comp. But I think now it's on to the most important question of the draft phase, and it's what Drake is it going to be? We'll keep going with me going first. I guessed the Infernal last game. This game, I'm gonna guess fairly boring, very simple. Ocean Soul, because there's literally no reason it should be Ocean Soul this game, other than the fact that the Riot Gods just want to be boring. So that's my choice.
Nice. Yeah, the reason is that there is no reason.
Yep, exactly.
I'm gonna go Cloud Soul. I see a lot of ultimates being impactful here. I wanna see it even more. I wanna see the Spirit Rush. I wanna see the On the Hunt, all the globals. I think it'd be fun if all of them were boosted a little bit more. So
fair enough. Yeah, I think Cloud Soul would be interesting, because the one thing with Vlad is he pops his ult, and then it kind of does nothing for a little bit. Then it does that burst damage. But when you pop your ult, you also do bonus damage to people who are affected by it. And we talked about how important it is for, Vladimir to have summoner spells. Well, you can kind of negate the loss of not having Ghost with Cloud Soul. So that could be something you're really looking forward to. So we'll see if that comes to fruition. Also, Jinx popping her ult mid-team fight as she gets a reset, so she just goes from the river to your Nexus in 2 seconds would be really funny. But that's probably not happening, just as an FYI. Much like the Smolder one-shotting somebody with the Infernal Soul guess from like a cleave off a Scion. That was likely never going to happen, but one can hope for some scenarios here. For Conduit, what is the matchup I'm looking at in this game? Because in general, while I do still think the general series is around which jungler is going to perform better, even though game 1 really wasn't that much, I didn't really see either jungler have that much impact in my opinion. I'm sure, again, USA JJ definitely had the better of the impacts, of course. But I guess honestly it really is on how well this Pantheon is going to perform, because to me I feel like Conduit needs to get the ball rolling. Yes, they have the Jinx scaling, but your Soul Jinx is not outscaling Varus top Sivir Vladimir. I'm sorry, that's just not happening. Maybe with Janna that's alleviated a little bit because it's Enchanter, and I did talk about some comp difficulties. I think starting a fight for them could be really hard if the Rel engage gets denied. So we'll see. We'll see. But we're going to take a break before we get into the next game. Don't go anywhere, as we did yap your ear off, so we might not be gone for that long.
All right, well, that wasn't exactly a quick break. Some technical difficulties behind the scenes, but irregardless, we're on the Rift now for game number 2. What do you think, Ozzy? Are Conduit taking another one, or do DDG strike back?
They have the makings of taking another one, but something I intentionally did not talk about while we were on break, and I wanted to bring up on cast, is the thing about multi-threat comps is that you still have options when people are eliminated. For instance, let's say they pick out this Varus very early on into a fight. You still have your Vladimir and Sivir to follow, kind of go back on, right? If the Vladimir goes in a little bit too early, does a lot of damage but still dies, well, you still have the Varus and the Sivir, right? Like, triple threat comps can work in the right scenarios and are not necessarily the worst answer into pick comps, because again, pick comps like to dump a lot of their stuff onto one person to eliminate them early. Animosity, of course, going to be losing the early stages of this lane handedly, thanks to the ranged versus AD carry, or range versus melee matchup, specifically AD carry into a melee champ. So, is winning early, though the struggles for this Varus is the fact he's immobile, pretty easy to gank, so we'll see if that comes to fruition later for Conduit. But I do think Conduit are in a pretty good position here, as the early game, again, in theory, should be pretty set in stone and quiet. Scaling mid laner here for DDG means it's hard to play around mid. Varus top, I think, of course, we seasons out pathing to the Varus, right, which is very important. And I think Janna Jinx should be free to just scale the entire time. However, I do find it curious. Oh my god, never saw. Almost finds a solo kill there in mid.
So close.
The damage coming in on the Sky, completely unexpected there. As, yes, well, Vladimir is a scaling champ. Still has a lot of damage. Burst potential early if you are completely unaware. And now Pantheon wasting a lot of time walking through a ward, so that's gonna get 0 value as well. Conduit getting a little bit behind here in the early game, but it is early game leads that we're talking about. Very minimal. But could be a domino fall as Honks goes forward.
Yeah, nice crash down with some CC there, but will get traded back onto Brandyfan. And this is about as we expect this early game to go. When you're playing against double ranged with one melee, it does just kind of suck, as we were talking about with that mid lane matchup. But nice flick back onto Honks again, but Brandyfan can't really hit without taking too much damage here. So we'll just kind of fall even, but I'd say it's definitely Honks and Kibo in control of the lane.
Yeah, jungler also bot side, and even them knowing this also forces Brandyfan into a reset here. Not able to play for this wave, because I think that was the initial plan, right? You want to play for this wave, but fortunately not able to. Thankfully for Conduit, if you are a Conduit fan, Evil Lobster found nothing in the way of playing towards topside either. So both junglers kind of wasting a little bit of time here. Although it's the Pantheon who wasting the most time here, as he's actually behind in CS, did not take his blue buff still. So that is something of note for Conduit, as DDG should have the early game advantage in terms of tempo, but no flash on either mid laner, and a gank brewing, but would have been sniffed out by this ward already placed down. So Sky under no threat at all, and USAJJ will go towards his jungle to pick up the remainder of his camps here, as now the wolves respawn, although this is a very late blue buff take, so we'll see. Yeah. We'll see what's going to go on here.
And one thing I think is interesting here too is we're talking about the early game strength of the Pantheon, but so far nothing has really worked out for USAJJ. Trying maybe to look mid lane, trying to look bot lane a lot earlier on, and none of it's really worked out. It's been DDG with the information. They know exactly where Pantheon is and has been for the majority of this game, as the blue buff actually still not taken, opting to go for the dragon here. And, you know, it is Conduit with these early dragons once again. So you can see maybe a dive brewing on the top side.
This could be easy kill.
Yeah.
And that would be heartbreaking here for Conduit, who... Here comes the dive.
Ooh, nice flash for the Chains of Corruption. And that might be the end of the dive. Actually gets the knockup, but Evil Lobster stuck under the tower, gets first blood, and flashes out. So manages to survive there as Animosity on the losing end of the top lane trade once again.
Yeah, so something I was actually going to like mention here is Evil Lobster doing the right choice of, you know, playing around Varus, because that is the lane you need the most attention to. We're gonna get a look back. Nice flash away from the Chains of Corruption. And it's a decent taunt here, right? The only issue is Evil Lobster has flash, so you can't trade 1-for-1. And look at the amount of minions he just missed. And the issue here for Conduit is USAJJ, right, should have been the one to be pathing top as well this game, right? Like, that's the only real threat from DDG in the early game, right? Pantheon should be there for counter ganks, because the counter gank potential this game is insane. Unfortunately, for Conduit, it's Animosity being put behind on the Shen. He has a Cole, but he's down 12 CS already. Wait, that's definitely not right. That's 22 CS. Sorry, I'm 10 off. And that's only going to get worse as the wave state now is horrible here for Animosity.
Yeah, I mean, just such a rough position to play through. We saw 900 gold down. And this is the same story as game number 1, but now you're in an even worse matchup. Like, you were tank versus tank before. Like, at least you could catch the wave. At least you could, you know, get your gold, get your levels, and try to scale. But you're against a Varus, and he will kill you. You have no flash anymore. He has Chains of Corruption. He has a lot more damage than Sion did. That's for sure. And it will be increasingly difficult for Conduit's top laner to play as this game goes on. But... you know, at least you got the dragon, at least you got a Jinx scaling, but definitely not where you want to be for the team on red side.
Yeah, like I said, I wish from USAJJ he was just playing around top. Yes, in theory this game, the Shen should be your weak side, but are you really playing around bot lane? Are you really trying to gank a Vladimir who has pull? Charm going wide there as well. All abilities kind of going wide there from Sky.
Yeah.
As, like, are you really going to find anything as well? Hold on.
Yeah, here's Crescent Guard. There's the Charm, but like you said, walking into melee range isn't great. Spirit Rush comes out, but so does the Hemophage, as there's the damage coming through from the Vladimir. Never saw it does pop the Ghost, as you mentioned, but here on the bot side, we got a little bit of a scrap here between our duos, but no one too low on HP, so I guess everyone just walks away.
Everyone walks away, although it's going to be Grubs going over towards DDG, so another win, and Grubs going to pay off big time. Thanks to the strength of the Varus in top, this is going to be a lot of extra gold going his way. That, in my opinion, might have been able to be completely prevented here. Could have even had Kibo rotate over. They could have maybe played this wave state far less aggressively. Right? Because they're getting basically not a whole lot out of this. They are going to get plates for their Jinx, which is pretty nice. And maybe a potential dive, but I'm not
Surely
sold
you're too
on
late
that.
for this. I mean, you have Evil Lobster on the way. There's a stun that comes out, though. Mr. Kiwi getting dangerously low. There's a rocket actually comes out, does get the kill. Honks with a double, and it is the AD carry that proves themselves deadly once again as Evil Lobster just a little bit too late to the play.
Yeah, I mean... excellent dive. I was not really... I'm very surprised that was even able to happen there, but DDG's bot lane continues to bleed in the series as now Honks in a prime position to start to carry this game for Conduit. Although, again, rockier early game start here for Conduit does mean that they're not out of the woodworks just yet. As pretty decent setup here. They do just initially send on a Kiwi who been overextended, and really nice super mega death rocket to confirm that kill. And Nice patience from Honks to not utilize any summoner spells. Knows he's able to get out of range of the tower there. Although Animosity bleeding a lot in this top side, is now the CS lead has doubled between the top laners here. Of course, we have 1,400 gold towards the way of this Varus now, and that's purely CS related. Guess some plates helping out in that, but definitely the minor part, the minor part of that gold lead. CS being the majority, which, yeah, very tough here for Animosity. Very hard lane, and getting, you know, dove like that does hurt. But now USA JJ, I think, goes back.
There's a pool taken out, so you could try and do something funny, but no flash on the Pantheon means you're not getting in range of the Vladimir. Ultimate invested, so just some health back to Neversaw. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think you're ever really getting a successful gank out of Vladimir.
Yeah, definitely not when you have to worry about pool, although, I mean,
there's the stun into the charm, just deleted with the rocket for the assist as well. And, you know, Vladimir might be safe, but Xin Zhao certainly is not, as Conduit once again getting the picks that they want in game number 2, as here in the mid lane, stun goes wide for Mr. Kiwi, but the crash down is actually not invested. Charm goes wide, and a whole lot of nothing here in the mid lane.
Yeah, nice heal usage again from Kibo to give the extra move speed needed to get himself out. And Sky in the mid lane, I mean, punishes the Xin Zhao. Like, I can't believe Evil Lobster even walked in there. Like, they knew exactly what, like, where they were, or at least disappeared to from the previous attempt at Neversaw's life, but it gets punished incredibly hard. And guess what? It's another kill over to this Jinx. Although, we talked about the strength of the triple threat comp, right? Like, oh, if this, you know, 180 carry dies or something, it's not the end of the world because you still have 2 more, right? And then if 2 of them die, well, you still have 1 more carry. Well, in the case for Conduit this game, especially where their gold is going, that's only really Jinx, right? So if that, you know, DDG can force out this Jinx, kill the Jinx, or even force her into a back, unless this already starts to snowball, a lot of damage is going to be missing from Conduit, and DDG have more than enough damage to find those kills onto the Jinx later.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the threat. Like you said, Jinx is just, she's very good if she's managed to stay alive, and that's going to be kind of the job of Neversaw, maybe the job of Branny Fan, able to get some ricochets there. As nice flash from Troy to avoid the taunt there, as USA JJ finally shows his face towards topside. But look at the flip on this play. That's just that's just a WQ there, and Animosity's deleted after investing the ability, the taunt there to get away, as Sky's in some danger here in the mid lane, is able to Spirit Rush out, but Neversaw now stuck between the towers, stuck between the Grand Starfall, is able to walk away, as Rocket should just go wide. But yeah, I mean, Animosity punished once again, as we have some chaos in the mid lane as well.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure Sky could. Oh, I really thought Evil Lobster was going to go face check for it. But at least gotten the back canceled. But yeah, first hour going the way towards this Varus, and I can't believe USA JJ sees Animosity use taunt there to force out the flash, but then walks away, right? Like, the Varus no longer has to worry about missing Shades of Corruption once the taunt is down. Animosity could have maybe flashed there, right? Which would have been the difference maker. But, you know, didn't get it off in time. It got incredibly punished for it. Troy picks up a solo kill there in the top side. Even more CS lead here for him, 70 in the way of that, 60 now, but now, and then also that top lane tier 1 gold lead expanding for himself, 2,300 gold. But the Jinx picks up the tower herself.
Yeah, tries to walk forward there, but not able to force the play. I mean, obviously DDG don't want to fight into a Jinx that's already accelerated, but yeah, tower taken on the bot side. And I will say, I didn't notice because of the chaos, but if that dragon indicator is right, which it looks like it is, I am correct. 2 of this cast, which is awesome. First AVL game that we cast Where I guess I had the first one right is what I'm trying to say, because none of us got it right game number 1. But
yeah, that's okay. I still beat you in AML. I handedly beat you in AML even.
Okay,
so
fair.
I'll take that dub any day of the week. But regardless, it's all arbitrary. The only thing that matters is DDG facing down the Herald now, easily able to pick this one up, no contest. As well, time to see how they use it. They got a minute to the soul point spawning in, and I think they're in a much better position to at least fight this comparatively to last game. And we did see they did take those gold plays comparatively to the Drake situation going on, and that really burned them, because they really would have liked that extra 5 minutes to not have to fight that soul. That's all I gotta say. So DDG, I think, now in a better position to at least forcing that, right? At least, you know, buying themselves an additional 5 minutes here to scale up. But do they really need to continue to scale up here? Like, never saw solo killing Ari half the time. And, well, don't look top lane if you're a Conduit fan, right? That's all you gotta say for this game, is just don't look top lane if you're a Conduit fan, because Troy is so massive. Second item already picked up here. In fact, I think they could send Troy down for this fight, get him out of the side lane, meaning he's not getting picked off so easily. Although he's now hiding in a bush. Might be able to find Sky with the Chains of Corruption, and he does.
Oh yeah, Chains of Corruption. There's so much damage. Spirit Rush has to be invested just for Sky to survive there. Oh, but here's the Grand Starfall. Forcing on to Troy. No ultimate, but you are a little
Charm
bit tanky.
missed.
Actually, Charm goes wide is crucial, but Troy should just go down here, I'd imagine. Yep, stun and spear, and that is it. But this is a very different position than we saw Conduit in last game. They're giving up the third dragon now because they want the gold plays.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? They want to get Troy out of this top lane, and they had made that decision early. But look, they're losing their mid-tier 1 completely for free as well. All they're getting out of it is 1 kill. Is that really worth the investment? In my opinion, not really. But also maybe feeling like they just aren't able to actually fight DDG at this point. First item completed here for Neversaw with the upgraded boots, thanks to the mid lane quest. I think also, right, like Troy having that teleport could have been an issue, right? Like they try to force that fight. If Troy teleports in, like Troy might just be unstoppable at this point, but it will be a tower over to the Jinx. So the Jinx insurance for Conduit, at the very least, has been farming a lot of gold. That's the benefit here, if you're a Conduit fan, right? Like, actually up 1k on the Varus even, which, pretty insane stuff, considering just how easy this game has been for the Varus. Has been under threat exactly 1 time, and that just happened. So, definitely been enjoying his time in top lane.
Definitely. But I mean, that leads us back to the problem for Conduit, which is Jinx is basically your only threat. You know, if Hunks goes down, could definitely spell disaster. But I will say Smolder in game 1 was able to keep themselves alive very well. Very good positioning in those fights. But here, there are more threats. Again, bringing in your other point. There's a lot more to worry about for DDG's comp, as Kibo might just walked a little bit too far forward, crash down. Here's the Stand United trying to keep the Janna alive, but now it's the support of DDG who's just a little bit too far up. Kibo keeps the credit as there's no backup for that pick onto the Janna.
Yeah, good pick here, but I do want to highlight, right? Sky's charms this game have been really off the mark. And for your pickability as Conduit, that's such a huge cooldown to be missing so often. Again, it's not easy. Not trying to claim it's the easiest skill shot in the land or in the world to land. But Evil Lobster is about to find out.
Out. There's the Crescent Guard. Has to flash away though. Also the use of the On the Hunt. So great punish there from Conduit. They are just consistently able to find these picks and these plays, and I'm very impressed.
Yeah, won't lie, face checking for DDG is a little hard. That is the downside of their comp. Face checking is a little difficult. Lobster thankfully having the Crescent Guard and Flash to get away. Additional move speed provided by On the Hunt by Brandy Fan, of course. Helpful. But base checking could be an issue if they can keep getting themselves priority here as Conduit, because Conduit, playing this kind of pick style comp, can really easily just 100-0 you on a ill-fated base check. So DDG definitely do need to keep that in the back of their minds, but again, in a much better position than they were in game number 1, even in the Drake scenario, infinitely better because they at least got 1 dragon, right? So they might even get 2. I'll go as far as to say they might even find themselves a second one this game.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously the goal. You want to push forward. You are the stronger team fighting team probably at this point. Is now it's actually DDG looking for their pick, Crashdown, but no one's really here to do damage yet. Although, speaking of, here's Troy with the Chains of Corruption. Animosity could just be the victim, but able to flash out for now as USAJJ now the target. Crescent Guard popped as well. Monsoon keeps the Pantheon alive for just way too long. Troy hitting, but it's not doing much until finally the Pantheon goes down. But now you've been here too long. The rest of Conduit are here. Honks is on a rampage and now is excited running down the Sivir.
Oh my
Nothing
God.
to do for your AD carry, and there is a near ace for Conduit at 21 minutes.
Maybe it's time to just nerf enchanters. Kibo, the highlight reel. Press his ult. Goes unchanneled here. Look at the healing here. Summer Spell heal utilized as well to give him just that extra additional HP. And USAJJ, even without Aegis Assault, lives for so long there. I also need to point out Sky missing more charms, and well, Honks is dominating thanks to an off-screen kill onto the Vladimir there, but I'm sure that's no big deal. Never saw picked out a mid lane. Also, both summoner spells gone. Actually, that is really important to note. Both summoner spells completely gone here as Drake just spawned in. Baron on the table. Conduit now in a very dominant position in this game. They're going to pick up Soul Point. And Baron in the cards as well. Of course, needs some resets in. Your Jinx may be a little bit too low to start that conversation right now. But if they can find this window where Neversaw does not have Flash, does not have Ghost, Troy crucially not having Flash as well, this could be the break open play Conduit need in this game, although they're looking over the wall.
Flash over the wall though. Sky is caught. Chains of Corruption goes wide, so unable to catch the mid laner there. As Sky is pretty slippery, but it's plays like that for DDG that I think they need to keep looking for if they want to try and kind of pull their way back. But yeah, definitely a rough spot as Conduit, I think, has just been the better team at controlling space today.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. Unfortunately, right, they found the Ahri. If they find anyone else, that person's dead. But it's Ahri, so Ahri Spirit rushes over the wall. And, well, able to live. So, USAJJ now pressing forward into the top jungle. I think trying to go for some damage there would be maybe a bit too much. Does eventually back off there. Animosity still matching into Troy, which I'm very shocked at. I guess maybe the Vladimir lane would be even worse. Because what do you do to Vladimir? Like, you have no chance in the Vlad. Because not even your W does anything, I guess, in him. So, definitely not worthwhile. Animosity, but has been kind of on the struggle bus in these two games. Although the Sion game definitely not his, or not the Sion game, the Shen game not his fault, as now Blue Trinket does spot them on the Baron pool. They will walk it off and continue to force out these wards from Mr. Kiwiism, who limited resource here, has 2 left.
Watch
3
Sky
minutes.
on the side. No threat now. Yeah, we'll just go back to neutral.
It's the Baron dance, the long Baron dance, where we're waiting till Soul spawns in. Very explosive team fight coming up, right? Sivir on 2 items, Vladimir on 2 items, right? The jungler and Troy, of course. Troy's been sitting on 2 items for like what feels like an eternity, so we'll see if he's able to pick up his 3rd item soon. Speaking of 3rd item, Jinx has IE, and LDR, and Hex Optics, so if you are DDG this game, The answer in this next fight is killing Honks. If you can kill Honks, you are in business. But we talked about the difficulty of their comp, right? The difficulty it is for them to start fights, especially because Rel doesn't have a free way of catching out people this game, thanks to the Janna, right? The Janna shuts down the engage more often than not. And now Baron started up. The response is a little too slow from DDG. This could just be a free Baron.
Yeah, I think they just burn it down. Honks does too much damage, and that's just Baron over for free to Conduit. Here's the teleport in from Troy, but you're just too late. Like, Animosity's walking over, but they don't even get a team fight out of it. They don't get a chance to take off any of these buffs as Conduit. Just get a freebie for nothing.
Yep, really well played. Like, the drop of tempo there from DDG just completely punished by Conduit. And now, we have all in the mid lane.
Yeah, alongside that Stand United will mean the front line is pulling forward. Evil Lobster already taken down as we see Honks just running over the team fight and damage, but it's actually Sky with double kill credit so far. And it looks like it will just be 3 going down, but this mid lane turret should be the next objective here for Conduit.
I think this is going to be maybe potentially all 3 tier 2s with this Baron. Won't happen before respawns, almost certainly, but this should be, I mean, this might even be a mid-tier 3. With Jinx reset, I think it's very possible to happen. Even the inhib in danger here, as will in fact be the mid-tier 3. They're looking at mid or top tier 2 as well. They're gonna get so much gold influx off of this one play, as the damage now coming in from Conduit onto the base very high, is thanks to the Jinx minigun just going to rap-a-tap-tap on the towers, knocks them down, gets the mid inhib, and now it's a mid inhib gone for DDG against Soul coming in for Conduit in 15 seconds, although due to a little bit of a long stay there, Conduit do get out onto the map maybe a bit later than necessary. Evil Lobster now in a difficult position, forced to flash away.
Yeah, it does have to use the flash, and that really sucks. Like, you're talking about no engage, and flash just makes that a whole lot worse. Actually, nice sidestep on the taunt there, but the drop connect onto Evil Lobster. We see the rail getting onto the backline, but no one's hitting Honks. Honks still just gets excited, gets to run over the team fight. There's one, there's another, as Honks goes godlike. Nice gold in there from Neversaw, but just taken down, and that should be game number 2 over to our underdogs once again.
Yeah, I mean, this strat from TDG just, yes, the Varus top is great and all, but realistically, did you need it this game? Like, was this the game you needed Varus top? Yes, Animosity has been struggling in this series so far, but to me, the Varus top just really doesn't get it done for me. And this was Troy with the lead. Like, Troy got a very big lead in top lane and was unable to convert. Honks has just been playing out of his mind overall. The lead generated by Honks in the bot lane play really got the ball rolling here for Conduit, and Conduit sitting 2-0 in the series, in which in reality this series in my mind was going to be at a 3-1 for DDG. But it's DDG staring death in the face going into this next game, backs against the wall, as they're down 2 games in the series, and a lot of their good champions, this draft a little bit weirder, but game 1, a lot of their good champions completely taken away thanks to Fearless. This could be disastrous for the season of DDG. Of course, I think no team wants to go out, but again, outside of the seeding match, they had not dropped a single match coming into today. So losing in this manner would be so heartbreaking if you are DDG.
Yeah, I mean, this is the most games they've lost to Conduit, and it's
true.
2 in a row.
That's true.
Which is just kind of crazy to think about.
And both dominant as well. It's not even been close. Like, these have just been stomps across the board. Like, this has not even been like a conversation of like, man, DDG, they just made one misplay this game, right? Like, the game was on the edge, or, you know, for the most part, DDG have been dominating this game, and they just made one mistake and kind of threw the game there. Like they got the Jinx behind, right? And then Jinx just had that perfect team fight where she gets the pentakill because she's resetting through the fight, right? That didn't happen this game. DDG have just not had control of the series all series long.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know about you, but I think Honks is a player of the game once again for me.
I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
I think Kibo as well, doing some unprecedented work here on the channel of this game. Something I think kind of was unfortunate. Sky started to wake up towards the later end of that game on the Ahri. The early game Ahri was definitely missing quite a few abilities, but again, par for the course. He still won the game. If you are DDG, you need to exploit animosity in a way that is actually winnable for your team, or you need to just stop putting pressure on animosity. Because now we've seen 2 games in a row where at least game 1, right, the Scion just naturally got a lead, but that didn't really matter because Honks just ran the game anyways, because unfortunately Evil Lobster was not able to really do anything on the Jax. This game, also, the Xin Zhao basically got no value. In fact, the Xin Zhao was a very big part as to why the game fell open. Tried his face check one too many times, get picked out for it. And now it's Conduit up 2 games to nothing against the Titans of DDG. I can't even believe this is again, I think it would be more believable for it to be a 2-0 Conduit if the games were close, but the games really have not been close at all.
Yeah, I mean, just as a reminder, DDG were number 1 in their group, against Conduit. Conduit was in that same group. So it's just crazy to see the turnaround. So I guess my question for you is, going into the next draft, do DDG go more standard? Do they throw a curveball? It feels like they've kind of tried both, and both have not worked out so far.
I mean, I think they just need to they need to prevent a pick comp, or they need to play something that's good into a pick comp. Like this game, you can argue, sure, it could be good into a pick comp because, yes, they have 3 carries, and pick comps usually work best on single target. The issue, though, is if their bot lane gets ahead, which happened in 2 games, right? If the bot lane gets ahead for Conduit, the game is over no matter what, because the champions they're picking in bot lane will just automatically win the game if they get a lead because they're scaling champs. Jinx and Smolder back to back, right, are champions that need to scale, and both of them got an early game lead that continued to snowball out of control into the mid game. And then beyond, once we started moving into late game, as we're going to get into the next draft. But the thing is, for DDG, I think this last game was them trying to throw the curveball, right? That's the curveball game. Game number 1, I think, is a bit tragic. Like I said, talked about being critical of Kiwiism on Enchanters. I do generally think Kiwi is much better on Engage, because I do think when he is on Enchanters, he gets picked a little bit too much. And when Conduit are playing these pick comps, that's something that's really abusable. But I think also DDG need to wake up across the board, right? This is very, very not standard for these players. I have seen these players so many times. Very abnormal gameplay coming through from all of them. Troy being their best player consistently through the series is not what you're looking for. Sure, the Vars wants to lead, but your Scion being the one person who's not behind, really, really, really not ideal if you are DropDeadGaming. Yeah. In a series like this is not just a regular split game where you can be like, man, we're in a slump, right? You're done. And they're going to give over animosity to Kled. So there has to be something in the books here. DDG pulling out all the stops, giving over Kled to animosity. Will be the Ashe Seraphine trade for it. I think if you are going to be DDG, you have to pick top lane here, because I think you don't want to allow any bans towards your top lane. If the plan is to have animosity guaranteed, play this Kled, you have to have an answer, which ideally you don't let that answer get banned. So surely we're going to see top being picked on 3 here for DDG. But curiously, I want to see what Conduit has an answer into the Ashe Seraphine. Will be the Nami, might be the Corki. Although I'm very shocked this isn't something like the Caitlyn that has been popping up into it competitively. I think Caitlyn's in a phenomenal spot right now. And I think you can flip the script. No Nico ban this game could have as well been impactful. You could have played Caitlyn Nico, which has so much kill threat into a Seraphine Ashe. But obviously not opting for that, so we'll be getting nonetheless. But I'm not necessarily as sold on the Caitlyn Nami.
Yeah, that part's a little bit weirder. But, you know, Caitlyn still will have that same lane pressure, still outranges, as it will be the Poppy. Either jungle or top. I mean, you mentioned they should lock top. So, like, maybe you're picking Poppy, just trying to, like, neutralize the Kled.
I don't think this is a Poppy top in the Kled.
Yeah, that still seems like a bad play. I don't know.
I could be wrong. I think picking Poppy early as well, right? Like this, they banned things like J4 and Bessa, so it's not like they're even baiting that in. And they're banning things that Poppy doesn't necessarily do the worst into, things like Wukong. So I don't know what the plan is for this Poppy. I'm excited to see the Poppy. I'm a huge Poppy fan. But I don't know what this Poppy is really going to do if the enemy team, gets to see it so early. With champions that don't already get punished by it very hard. Like, Kled is, I guess, the worst off between everyone. Like, you could Steadfast Presence the Caitlyn. Of course, Keeper's Verdict is always great in team fights. You just Keeper's Verdict out the biggest clump or a person out of a fight, right? Or like a Drake objective, right? So you can go for a steal or prevent a steal from happening. That's really nice, but I'm just not sold on picking Poppy this game, especially so early. Because I cannot see a world where this is Poppy top. I fail to believe this is a Poppy top.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it would be kind of strange, but it is good at neutralizing. So, like, maybe that's their investment.
It is going to be so.
It looks like,
so
yeah.
Elbows
looks like it will be Poppy top. Although it's weird to pick Poppy and Vi on one team for me because they want to do very different things there. You know, Poppy wants to use the Steadfast Presence, wants to stop the dash.
Hear me out.
Vi wants to go in.
So here's the combo, all right? You cease and desist on someone from long range, but at the same time you Keeper's Verdict them, and then you get flung so far away from the team fight that your Vi actually gets a flank on the enemy team.
Yeah, now we're cooking.
But there's the Volibear coming through for Conduit, which is a bit interesting. Something I think would be kind of sad for Conduit is if Fearless starts to come back and bite them. Because if we're already pulling out things like the Volibear, I mean, a lot of good junglers are off the table. But like, if we are coming out and having to pick Volibear in game number 3, how is game number 4 and 5 and we're blind picking Kassadin? I'm sorry, what?
Whoa!
We're just blind picking Kassadin like nothing. Now, of course, Neversaw definitely known for her control mages, so it's definitely a very easy, like, oh, I could get away with picking Kassadin here because it's not like she plays a lot of AD champions, but it's still punishable. And they do have guaranteed lockdown for you, which makes this even crazier. You see Vi, you know you're gonna get ulted, and there's the Jace. So we'll be the AD champs. Like I said, she doesn't play a lot of the AD, but she still does play AD champs. And the Jace, who's been looking so phenomenal this year, well, I say that he's actually been looking pretty bad internationally recently. Cannot really win games. A lot of people think he's fake. I think he's fake. I've been on the fake train of Jace for so long, because, especially with how early he gets picked in drafts. I hate that. I hate that people are early picking Jace. But that's a tangent for another day, and that has nothing to do with ABL. So we'll save that for when I'm casting tier 1, but go on that tirade. But regardless, we'll see if Sky has the stops pulled here to kind of deal with this Jace as the Kassadin. I feel like this is going to be such a horrid game for this Kassadin, because in my mind, what's about to happen is Kassadin's going to have a bad lane, which is going to happen. Going to go to the side lane. Jace is going to solo kill you there. You're going to get into a team fight. Vi's going to ult you. You're going to get Ash arrowed, or you're going to get CC'd, follow up by the Seraphine. You're just going to die because you're not going to find impact in the fight, because you're just dead because you get CC'd for so long. And the rest of your team can't really follow you that well, besides Kled Volibear. Like, Caitlyn, not very well known for walking forward. She really likes playing around pre-place traps, and, you know, even her net fires her backwards. So, like, the champion, like, really doesn't perform super well walking forward. She's not as bad as something, say, like a Xayah, right, at doing that. But there's a lot of walk forward, a lot of in and out fighting here from Conduit, with maybe a bit of mismatch. Thankfully, Nami, one of the most versatile enchanters in the game, so she can kind of fit in wherever you need her. Nice counter engage tool with Wave, nice engage tool with Wave, either one, doesn't really matter. She's just a consistent support, so I don't hate it, but I think for the first time ever in this series, DDG will have the upper hand in the draft.
I mean, I think so. I think you made a lot of great points there, pointing out that I think everyone could kind of do a little bit of everything. Like, they have like a little bit of everything on both sides here. Some wild cards, some weird picks. I mean, I think about weaknesses, and like DDG is all like physical damage. But if you look at the other side, who's going to be stacking armor? Like your Kled, your Volibear? You don't really want that, because then they're also like to do damage and not going to be good in those skirmishes. So it's like, what do you really do to exploit the weaknesses? And I don't really see that for either team either. So bit of a gray area for me. I don't know what to expect.
Hey, on the AD thing as well, they have Vi, so they already have built-in pen. She's also going to build Black Cleaver, and that does double dip with her passive from W. So even being full AD, it's not incredibly bad. I think Volibear will probably be building armor this game. He's probably going to build whatever core items he's going to build, and then Spirit Visage, because I think that's probably a core item, unfortunately, here, because that's going to get no value. But you can tech into things like Dead Man's Plate, like you could build a Thornmail, you could build a Randuin's. I think Randuin's, I don't care what LS says, Randuin's is a good item because the active on champions that need to run at you is really insane. Like, the slow from Randuin's is so nice. Even if they don't have a lot of crit chance, it doesn't matter. The active is just too good. Slows are too good. So, hashtag LS is wrong. Oh, well, thank you for that heads up. We got some heads up that the Caston is potentially a takeaway. So this also adds to my question mark about Fearless, because if we are worried, this to me is Conduit saying they weren't confident they were going to win Game 3. But not only that, they are taking away Animosity's best champ and the Kled. So why are you going to use your Kled takeaway on a takeaway mid pick to take it away? You should be playing for all the marbles in this Game 3. That's my take. Like, I think trying to take away champs from people, well, not only you're up 2-0, but you're also taking away your top laner's best champion in this draft. I think it is criminal to draft to take away champs and Fearless at this stage. That's just,
yeah.
Fearless, again, still newer. It has been around for a while now for these players and for us. But even like super intricacies that we've had for League for so long hasn't really been figured out with Fearless. Like, we don't necessarily know when the best time is to take away, right? Like, maybe this is the right time. Because yes, while they're giving themselves a lot of stock to win this game, you still have to play around the possibility that maybe they won't, even though they have the right cards, right? Like, they're utilizing Animosity's best pick here. Maybe they're not confident they can win. And again, it is DDG. We did say, like, realistically, this is an underdog thing for Conduit. So I can kind of see that argument, okay? But I think we should move on to the Dragons. How are we feeling?
Yes.
You get to go first. How are we feeling?
Okay, well, I got it right last game, so I'm on a little bit of a high here. Looking at these comps, you know, we haven't had an Infernal yet, So I'm gonna go Infernal. I want to see some one shots, and hopefully have an explosive game number 3 here, no matter who wins.
Oh, I'm going Hextech. There's three Arcane champs. If you want to consider Seraphine technically a part of that, 'cause she's also from Piltover. Although I will never forgive Riot. Seraphine is a genocidal maniac. Okay, utilizing Skarner's kind. I don't care they retconned it. It was there for the one day. Okay, she knows what she did. I know what she did. I will never forget. Hashtag rest in peace, Skarner's kind. Rest in peace to Brackerns. All right, but we're gonna go to a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for game number 3.
All right, welcome back to Summoner's Rift. Once again, here for maybe the last game of this quarterfinal series. We got Conduit up 2 games in this best of 5, so it's really up to DDG to make it or break it. This is their chance. If they strike back, they can keep it going, but if they lose, this would be the end of their AVL run. But what are you thinking about this one, Aussie?
Well, we got the Poppy Top. We got the Vi Poppy combo, all right? The cease and desist plus Keeper's Verdict. Although Root coming through on the honks.
Yeah,
finally a good trade.
Forced there, not bad. This is the power we see with the Ashe Seraphine. Just so much damage, and that all-in fighting is very good. So hopefully this could be DDG's angle back in.
I mean, yeah, we've been seeing Conduit win out games through their bot lane, right? Like that has been the biggest thing. Animosity, nice sidestep on the Q there from Troy, but it has been Conduit winning out on the bot lane, and now finally DDG, well, get a good trade, but lose level 2 first. So he is pathing bot, but smartly USA JJ also pathing bot himself. Knowing that the Caitlyn lane more than likely gets the priority, so you want to be there to hover. If you recall the very last Caitlyn meta we had, it was right when they made those bot lane changes, so bot lane priority was insane, and Cannon will actually be alive here for Sky to claim, so no -1 just yet. For Sky is Animosity taking some rough trades trying to proxy here, but also was -1 because Sky's number did not move up, so unlucky for Sky. But very hard lane here. Ignite as well for Neversaw, so even more aggression. Also electrocute. Sky in some danger, but somehow, some way, Conduit's bot lane prevails. It's the HP lead now against DDG's bot lane, which realistically probably should not have happened after the insane trade they got off initially.
Yeah, I mean, Caitlyn does outrange. Obviously, that's the reason you pick it. So pretty easy to get priority if you're able to space correctly. And so far, we've seen Honks do pretty good in that department, I will say. But it was Mr. Kiwi and Brandy Fan who had the health. You know, they traded with the health advantage and still had their health potions. Obviously, Brandy Fan still having one right now. So would have expected them to hold on just a little bit stronger in the lane as Animosity trading forward almost gets the reset. Actually gets the first blood, gets the remount. And that is crucial there. Animosity popping off on this champion that they are known for. As USA JJ here in the mid lane, Neversaw does have the flash. Definitely shouldn't be a victim here, but does take a big chunk of health.
There was just no way. Oh, that is devastating. Is actually the flash auto reset making the difference? Well, that is just genuinely insane. Wow. Animosity gets the lead on Kled. I was actually worried he was going to get solo killed there on his signature hit. Would have definitely not been a great showing, but then again, Animosity been very much struggling today. Not necessarily a fault of his own. Second game definitely not his fault. And now,
but now could be the victim himself. Troy is pretty low, but is able to get away with the dash to the minion. Evil Lobster coming here. There's the steadfast presence as Troy will pick up the kill. Animosity goes down once again here in game number 3. Is actually having used that cleanse once again. Honks is in some danger. Brandy Fan still walking forward. Should be able to just walk down. Has the flash to follow if they want. There's the flash forward. Honks has to retaliate with that flash as well, and Kibo should be the only victim in the bot side, but DDG definitely a little bit of life here in the bot side.
It's happening. It's happening. DDG, their bot lane finally winning, so I don't really know what set that play up. I think Honks started taking some tower shots and then ultimately got rooted under tower. But regardless, Conduit's bot lane finally gets punished here, and it's a lead for the first time ever for DDG in the bot lane, which I think has been sorely missed this game. Riftwalk already available here for our cast-in. So, should be in a much better spot, needless to say, against Neversaw on that chase. Not out of the woodworks yet, of course. Still a very difficult lane. Jace very abusive in the lane as well. Very shocked to see First Strike come through from Sky, as I'm not really sure when you're going to proc that onto Jace ever in the lane, but maybe it's just there for one-shotting the back line later. Well, Neversaw goes in, but able to walk away, not even just say JJ. Not able to actually convert any kind of play there, as well, there goes the First Strike again, so no proc there for Sky. As pretty sad casting in this mid lane. Scaling up though, has the tier, working towards his boots. I'd imagine it's going to be played steel caps. In fact, I would imagine every single person in this game is going to play steel caps. I would be shocked. Otherwise, maybe see either maybe this Vala Bear build Merc Treads or something like that, but not. The stats pretty bad, but you get to nasty, as now Neversaw being looked at.
Yeah, behind the Jace this time. They are definitely looking towards the mid lane. Neversaw trying to turn it, gets the ignite. Sky ticking down, but I imagine actually will go down. I thought might be able to outlive the ignite there, so it is a 1-for-1 in the mid lane. Neversaw is able to trade the kill, but it's Kibo getting chunked on the bot side.
Animosity's about to die, I think. Oh, nice dash away.
Dash away, yeah. But both junglers are on the top side, so could be looking for something here pretty shortly. But here's a replay of that mid play.
Yeah, so I think Neversaw is just dead here guaranteed, right? As soon as this flash happens, Sky, I think right here, should not have really gone in. Like, this is basically just coin flipping your life if Neversaw plays it well. Whereas it's just guaranteed death, right? So you don't have to give over the gold again. Unfortunately, Conduit does give over that kill, so the lead for Neversaw will continue as Serrated Dirk picked up here now. Also stacking the tier herself in that mid lane matchup. Roa Shocker being built on the cast-in. Definitely not one of the most iconic build paths for a champion ever. If you know Ball, Castin probably being one of the most broken champs ever released into League of Legends history, having the highest ban rate for the longest amount of time in pro play, building Rod of Aegis. So definitely some Ball knowledge drop there, but yeah, definitely an iconic build and item for champion one such as Cassidon. As I think, hopefully here, if you are a Conduit fan, this bot lane matchup should start to alleviate soon. Caitlyn working towards her item should be nice, and I really hope for ABL I don't have to go on this tirade about how strong Mikhail's is against champions with CC. Oh, we get a First Strike proc from Sky. That's huge.
Nice. As we get a little bit of support here from Kibo in the mid lane as well, but no kills will be drawn from it. But Enchanter Crystallero forces out the cleanse in the bot side. But as we have...
he's about to get dove. He doesn't have cleanse.
Yeah, should just be...
Ollie's here, at least.
Here onto the bot side. You can see USAJJ is here, but Evil Lobster wants to push forward. Actually has to flash out. Doesn't want to be in attack range of the Caitlyn. There's the tidal wave. A Sky manages to get here as well. Flash out from Mr. Kiwi. Keeps the support alive, and a lot is used, but no one seems to fall.
Well, I mean, that's a lot of flashes burned on a play that DDG were trying to go for as well. As Guy goes forward. Ignite is available for... Oh, nice flash.
Ooh, yeah, but look at the bait. Yeah, nice move there from Sky. Does have to use the flash for it, but takes down Nevermore with the help of USAJJ, as now they're looking onto Evil Lobster, and Sky will claim that one. So great look for the mid-jungle duo of Conduit.
This one's not looking so good, Chief. Because Sky, like, does scale really well into the game. Of course, they do have that CC. That's the one benefit, is now Steadfast Presence does connect onto Animosity there. But Conduit has a massive lead. This is a Black Cleaver first item Volibear. That is the first time I have ever casted that happening. Usually it's like some Dusk and Dawn or Iceborne Gauntlet Volibear. Of course, anytime I see Volibear, it's usually lower elos that I guess. So usually not maybe the pinnacle of players.
Hidden tech, don't worry.
Yeah, hidden tech. I mean, honestly, I'm here for it. We'll see how it performs. Really helps out your Caitlyn and your Kled. So I don't hate it. Also helps yourself.
Oh, yeah, USAJJ.
No
Trying
ultimate
to
here.
take the dragon, it looks like, here, as they're getting grouped up around the objective. Still missing some cooldowns, I think, from that last play. Will make it a little bit hard to contest as DDG are pushed off. So it might just be Conduit's objectives again in this game number 3, as actually forward for Animosity gets the kill onto Troy. Dismounts but manages to survive, and I guess that is why they're so well known for this champion. But here's the dragon fight. Encore is great onto Honks. Branny fan flashes forward to follow the Caitlyn, gets the kill. Bubble will stop the momentum of the Ashe, but over the wall, Evil Lobster takes another here. Cease and desist, as Neversaw with the damage might be able to take down Sky, but Sky actually takes down Evil Lobster before. Neversaw claims the kill in return. So now it's only the Volibear left standing for Conduit here, trying to run away. Thundering Smash is invested, but wow, DDG definitely pulled that one back from the brink of disaster.
Hey, they get the Drake for Conduit. Iwi!
Oh no. Oh no.
I'm so bewildered by that choice. You knew the only place USAJJ could have gone, by the way. Oh, I don't know about this one.
Yeah, but there's the ultimate. Ooh, USAJJ lives and Neversaw is taken down. This is very back and forth in this game number 3. Conduit is barely in the lead, but definitely not as dominant as the first two.
Oh my god. Okay, Branny. Well, that was I mean, that's another route as well. Man, the damage coming through there was pretty insane, but let's talk for a sec. Kiwiism just decides to walk into the jungle where he knows USAJJ just walked into. I am so shocked. I'm genuinely... Oh, nice actually EQ there from Honks to actually connect it onto Branny for more poke damage, but... And then it's the 1 HP play. I thought USAJJ biting off a little bit more than he could chew would have resulted in 1-for-1 no matter what. But because Sky would have picked up the kill regardless. But still would have been gold in the Jace's pocket. So it would have been a 1-for-1. Fortunately, it's a 1-for-0. So DDG definitely not in the best place. Animosity does take a tower shot there. About to remount though, so not the biggest deal. Oh, nice sidestep on the Enchanted Crystal Arrow there as we get the camera swap here as Honks.
But Branny Fan's faster, but no flash from either of them. Means that they are able to walk away, but it does take the tidal away from Kibo to make that play go down. But here's a dive onto Troy on the top side. Steadfast Presence already has a lot of value, but the dismount will take away that tower aggro. And that is Troy dead again on the top side. Now this is definitely a flip of what we saw in the first 2 games.
Yeah, this is Troy now on the weak side champ, right? Like, he is supposed to be losing, and is, right? He's supposed to be here to neutralize. But in terms of neutralization, like, he's not really doing that, right? Like, this Cled's kind of just chilling. double Black Cleaver Vi might be a little bit head scratching, as of course those do not stack with each other. But I guess if you are Conduit, you're not mad at it, I suppose. Animosity, of course, wants it to fight into this Poppy, so it is what it is. You take the little bit of loss in item optimization just so you have better side laning here into the Poppy. I don't hate it. But Rift Herald now going the way towards Conduit, and unfortunately my Drake choice was wrong, and I believe your Drake choice was right for number 2. So
yes, it is 2 in a row for me. Big day in the
you're
ABL.
locked in. Yeah, you're locked in. ABL is your league, man.
AML was not my league, but ABL, I like it here.
So, Honks though, have been a bit of a rougher one for sure this game. Granted, the rest of his team is starting to like picking up the slack, right? So there's not a lot of pressure on him to really do that much this game. The Kassadin has managed to get out of the early game relatively unharmed. Can't say unharmed all the way, as that would just be disingenuous, but relatively unscathed. 3-2-2, down 30 CS. Yeah, that sucks, but it's Kassadin. He's doing all right, and now gank in the mid lane.
Yeah, here's the charge under the tower. Animosity trying to make a play onto this turret, but now you're stuck without really the help of the rest of your team, as Troy trying to disrupt your steadfast presence doesn't get any value, but slam into the wall is really good, as Sky has to flash over the wall there, manages to get out actually, but it is DDG with the better team fighting right now. Shutdown going over to USAJJ, or onto, sorry, USAJJ. DDG pick up that kill, and now they're rewarded with the Infernal Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, they just don't have the damage to really follow up there. Sky not really in the best damage spot for Kassadin right now. Yes, level 11 is really important, but it's the items, right? The items aren't really there to allow this Kassadin to do a lot of damage. Ever saw finding Sky in the side lane there. Doing all right, but it's Animosity who goes a little bit too far forward with the charge. I mean, that is bound to happen. Unfortunately, I think realistically didn't want to latch onto anyone there. It was just to push them off of the tower so they could get the tower. But it ended up latching on like last second to someone under the tier 2 there. I think it was Kiwiism. And Kiwiism was actually able to connect the Encore at max range to actually charm up both Honks and Kipo there. Didn't really result in anything, but regardless, and then the play just was so unfavorable for Conduit. Like I said, I did talk about the difficulty for the Caitlyn to walk forward. Also, does not help with the difficulty of Caitlyn in the mid game, because she's just historically not a good mid game champ. Needs to start building and stacking that crit chance. So now there's 3 people here in the bot side for DDG, responded by Conduit, as Kibo makes his way down. But they won't find the bot lane tier 1, so much closer game than what we've had so far. Although Conduit definitely not in a bad enough spot to be like, yeah, DDG are for sure in a great spot to win.
That is just more anxiety for
about
DDG
to die
here. Yeah, but this should just be Animosity taking down Cease and Desist invested as well, and you're pushing up a little too far against Evil Lobster on the Vi. Does get ganked in the top side, and that's definitely not what you want. But one thing that's definitely been the talking point of this game is the Kassadin, and we talked a little bit about the infamy of the history of this champion. But why do you think they chose it, and what are kind of the reasons you pick a Kassadin?
Well, I mean, Kassadin is just super mobile. Speaking of, it's this, right? Like, you just go from doing nothing, and of course this is man immune as well. So it's even a better mid-game spike than something like the Seraphs. But Evil Lobster finds Sky, but this is a no cease and desist Lobster, and lobsters might have big claws, but they are bound to get cut off at some point in their lives.
Ooh, Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Cleanse comes out, but Brainy Fan could just be the victim. Animosity
where did he go?
running over the enemy support with the charge. Aqua Prison is great from Kibo there, and this is Conduit just pulling back after they lost that last play and taking out 3 members of DDG.
I have no clue where that poor little Seraphine went. Back to the fountain for sure, but Animosity just doing an absurd amount of damage with his ult collide there. I think that's the Profane Hydra completed now? No, he doesn't. He does not. I just saw the Tiamat animation there, but... oh no, I never saw. Please, no.
Opting for the tower dive with the Rift Herald is pretty risky, but it pays off here. Actually not turning off the tower with the ultimate there though for USAJJ means that this could prove pretty dicey pretty fast. Conduit having to retreat, but actually shut down going over to Mr. Kiwi from USAJJ once again, as Conduit may have just pushed a little too far here. The root is Troy disrupting. Kibo getting dangerously low. There's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, will confirm the kill onto the Nami, as Honk should just be walked down now by the Ashe. And this is a little bit of an overplay, similar to what we saw in that first game from Conduit, and DDG punish well.
I mean, this is again where they just don't need to go for this play. They just won so much in mid. Like, again, we have to consider how weak our Caitlyn is right now. I'm pretty sure just now finished the IE. I don't know if Caitlyn had it necessarily right for that fight, but regardless, it's not like Caitlyn is in a super strong position right now. You just utilize so much in mid as well to make that play converted. And then you're going so far for Neversaw, who in reality, you don't really need to take down, just take your wins. But unfortunately, for Conduit, they don't. As now USAJJ in a 1v2. Oh my
Over
god.
The walls, never. Oh, actually comes Sky. Sorry, Neversaw trying to get out there. Here's cease and desist onto USAJJ. It looked good for a pick, but they didn't expect DDG to be standing right behind. That is another 2 members of Conduit down.
I'm so confused as to what they're like. They just full sent it on a play where DDG are coming out of base. The only objective up would have been the Drake that should have been contested, but they go for this super risky coin flip play. And now, well, I mean, the health bars are low here. They want to fight.
Yeah, could try to charge in. There is the Keeper's Verdict, trying to keep them out, but does not connect.
They find
this could be a pretty good contest. Honks takes down 1. Now the health bars are getting very low for DDG. They're pulled off the objective. Animosity wants to keep fighting, but is able to just get the remount and walk away. And DDG don't get the Baron.
They don't get the Baron, but it is flash off of Honks here. Flash off of Animosity, no charge available. Will be Drake taken by Conduit, at the very least. Honestly, they should have just sent it at Drake, in my opinion, but they went to Baron instead. Now it's Honks doing an amount of damage to this Poppy, who has literally only played his steel caps in the way of actual resistances.
Oh, but Troy opting to go in. Evil Lobster is nearby, but here's the backup.
Oh, wow.
There it is, the kill for the Vi. Evil Lobster now unstoppable on this pick. Definitely a lot more jungle impact, I feel, in this game, and Evil Lobster is there to pro it.
Yeah, definitely necessary. I feel like Conduit are just super overconfident here now. Like, they are just making play after play after play, just super overconfident. Disrespecting their vision line is now Evil Lobster being chased down here, but has more than enough distance thanks to the max charge Vault Breaker there earlier to get away. Plus the Seraphine move speed does help get you out to safety. But yeah, Conduit have just been playing a bit too disrespectful the last 5 minutes. They do get the Drake, that's great, but had they not stopped that Baron, this game could have looked vastly different.
Oh yeah.
And to the point, like, DDG's opening up the game, right? This Ashe is 5-1-4, and that's without the Baron, right? Has about 1,500 gold lead, almost 2K. It's 1800 to be more exact. Although Brandy Fan,
Ooh, Sky
going
does
too
a
far
lot of
again.
damage, but now just completely chain CC'd.
Like-
Granny Fan picks up the first kill.
your team is not there,
And-
man.
Yeah, they just
Why?
don't have animosity either. You know, no teleport does have the charge, so could be here pretty soon if they're able to keep this going. Evil Lobster
Jesus.
does get chunked out. Caitlyn does some damage now, as Baron's still seeming very dicey this game.
Oh, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, shame on me. Surely it'll stop. Like,
Too much
Sky
shame.
just keeps sending it into 5 people. Like, where else are they going to be, right? We also know DDG have essentially been deathballing this entire game in the late game, right? Like, that has been true. Now a potential overstay around this blue buff does not happen. They're able to utilize the blast cone to get out, but Conduit a little shaky in this game. And like I said, could be overconfidence, could be nerves. For Sky, right, if he's playing the Cassin as kind of a takeaway, could be uncomfortability in terms of like how much damage he's able to do right now. Like, there are a lot of factors, but to me it just feels like a team-wide like overconfidence issue of like, man, we're doing so well, we can't get punished, and then they just run into 5 people one at a time. Basically 3 fights in a row. There's now USAJJ in trouble.
Yeah, did
Goes
get the
back
better half
in.
of that play at
It's fine.
first, but DDG definitely the ones with the backup here. It seems like they keep fighting while they're just so split up. It's like it's hard to see the angles. They either have CC or they have damage, and it's usually not both at the same time. So very hard to use their comp as they did in the first 2 games. But you know, dragon spawning at 130 would be the 3rd dragon, the sole point for whoever takes it. I think it's the first game where we're even in dragons ever, which is pretty interesting.
Well, yeah, I mean, you look how dominant the last 2 games have been from Conduit. DropDeadGaming now, though, on the back foot in this game, and in the series, but the closest game so far that we've had.
Definitely.
Easily. It's not even remotely close. This is literally the closest game we've had all night tonight. And even then, right, like even with the mistakes from Conduit, it just simply feels like they're a little bit better. Look, they're on Baron right now. They're 2-manning Baron. Hawkshot comes through.
They know.
Forced off. Also, Animosity's on a base, does have teleport. Actually, sorry, he canceled it. My fault. Did not see him hidden behind the Volibear there. But that did get canceled, at the very least. But does have teleport even then, so it wouldn't have mattered too much. But finally, Conduit decides to slow down the game and stop sending the same play over and over into their topside jungle. And dying on it every single time. Caitlyn now going to start swinging, has the LDR, so this is basically right when Caitlyn starts to come back into the game, although very tense moment here for DDG. Trying to find the perfect pick. Animosity, not the ideal target. Also need to respect Sky on the potential wraparound on that cast and getting that backline access. Could mean all of your damage evaporates in the blink of an eye. Nice sidestep on the bubble here as Drake spawned in, and Troy in the crossfire.
Yeah, Troy chunked out. Nearly dead. Can Sky actually finish it off is the question here. Actually will be able to, as stun onto Mr. Kiwi as well.
Charm is
Should go
good.
down next, but so much damage onto Conduit as they're trying to fight this
I think this is a
USAJJ.
win.
Yeah, DDG just outlast. I thought it was cooked for sure once they got that first kill, but Mr. Kiwi able to survive, able to keep the team alive. And it is DDG that just have the better extended team fighting.
Oh.
Now they're pushing to the dragon. They want to get these 2 stragglers in their jungle. And yeah, DDG just looking more impressive in this game number 3.
I mean, it's because Sky gets hit by the ult and chunked out, right? Honks gets gone on by the Vi, disrupts him being able to do damage, and yeah, we'll get a look back at this. Look, Sky gets in, but look at this. So it's actually this, but look at the charm. It's so perfect here, and the send onto Honks makes them so scared. Evil Lobster cleans up the kill on a Sky, and Sky just cannot last in these fights long enough. Animosity buying some decent time in the front line, but It's actually Brandyfan. Unbothered in that entire fight, forced to flash, but remains full HP the entire time. 3k gold lead now onto the Caitlyn. And the lead for Conduit slowly evaporating after the hubris from them finally punished time and time again. Sky gets punished once more. And then a 4v5 that DDG desperately needed to win. They find it. They find the Drake as well, putting them on soul point. Meaning Conduit has to come up with a good fight at the next one, or it's soul and probably the game. DDG having so much damage at this point with Infernal would just break open the game, I think. I think critically here as well, they just aren't really getting value out of Kasten as much as they'd like to. Like the fact Kasten is getting caught by Encore because he's kind of forced into a front to back position because he killed Troy, and then now he's just stuck there in the front to back. Not ideal. And Lobster definitely woken up as well. You did mention that earlier. I would agree. Lobster for sure having the most impact this game. Though Kiwi might get caught.
Yeah, Kiwi might be caught once again. Barely survives. There's USJJ picking up the kill here. An Evil Lobster now also under threat. And there are the picks that Conduit have been known for in this series. They find 2 of them, now 3 here. On to Neversaw as 3 members of DDG go down and Baron is alive.
It's the ever-present blueprint against Kiwi on Enchanters. You just pick out Kiwi, and it happens at the worst possible time for DDG. You're gonna lose Baron. How much can this Baron get done by Conduit will be the question, as Animosity might actually just die here.
Oh yeah, lots of CC. So that is a nice quick pack there for DDG. They lose the Baron, but they do get the kill in the mid lane. I think Animosity should have recognized that Brandyfan could be there. Maybe tried to just get out a little bit sooner. It was a lot.
This is a long chase. I don't know if they're getting out. Brandy's dead for sure.
Ooh, Brandyfan dead for sure there. Honks with the kill credit. Troy trying to get out, but it looks like they are punished. They did have to go pretty far up to get that one kill. And yeah, it is Conduit just finding these kills once again. And yeah, we have 40 kills in 32 minutes here in the third game.
Not shocked. Not shocked. A lot of fighting going on. But DDG make the one critical error they literally just could not afford. As Kiwi getting caught. Unfortunately, gets caught out, and for Conduit, they are now going to find themselves with Baron, although all tier 2s are gone. So not really much left to do for them as they wait for the Drake to spawn. 1 minute 30. Again, Soul here for DDG, still a win con. They have so much damage that they can just easily break open the game. They didn't, unfortunately for Conduit, they didn't get anything done with those 2 kills, right? I thought they were going to be able to press their advantage maybe a little bit harder, especially with Baron. But they ended up getting nothing out of it. The tier 2s were basically already guaranteed to go down, and those 2 kills result in not a whole lot, although they are looking to press bot lane now. Still got a bit left on their Baron buff, so their Baron push is not over yet. As 50 seconds to go on this Drake. Vault Breaker channeled by Lobster, but does let it run out. And bot lane tier 3 will fall as Sky left alone in the mid lane. Conduit needs to avoid getting picked out here, though, because like I said, Infernal Soul to DDG could break open the game for them. USA JJ might be being on here.
Oh, yeah, Chain CC here onto the Volibear, and that is so much damage. As you mentioned, a Sky should go down here for sure. Cease and desist is used. That is 2 dead now from Conduit. 15 seconds for this dragon. This could just be the soul for DDG.
I mean, I don't know why they're walking like that. Like, they know they're playing against Poppy. They know they're playing against Vi. The snap engage is just so deadly, especially against the wall. Honk's doing quite a bit of poke damage here, though, with the headshots. Oh, nice side step there on the Power Shock Blast. They do need to be careful. Evil Lobster's getting very low. As Animosity in the mid lane as well. Yeah. He's in the mid lane here, as now we'll find Troy. Actually, straight up dying to Troy. Jesus. They're so, and I think they're just dead. This game might just be over right here.
Yeah, Honks does a lot of damage, but you just can't survive forever. You know, there it is, getting onto them. Nearly takes out Brainy Fan on the back half of it, but that is the bot lane duo dead for Conduit once again, and they lose the soul. This is crazy how back and forth this game number 3 has been. But I will say, even if DDG do claim this game, or actually replay of this fight real quick here.
Yeah, so, I mean, we look at this, right? Like, USA, why? Why is he pathing like this? He needs to path down with his team. Instead, he's just
has
stuck.
flash too, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know. And then, obviously, this just allows Sky to just fall down. Because the rest of his team has to bail. Like, the fight's just over there, but... For DDG, like, they're playing really well around finding these, like, pick angles and punishing the mistakes from Conduit this game. They do net themselves the soul. Is the soul going to be enough? Is that going to be the win con here for DDG? Because we see it when in a real fight where Conduit really hasn't been able to have all their cylinders fire, right? DDG has been able to win that. But at the same time, when Conduit does actually find a good fight, DDG feel like they just get rolled. So... And we still have the ever-present issue of this Cassidy, who is level 18, has 4 items now, working towards his last item here. This Caitlyn working towards her last item has a 100% crit chance. While yes, I do think Infernal Soul is a huge benefit here for DDG, especially in one-shotting some targets, specifically like this, you know, Cassidy. At the same time, I think this, you know, this soul might have been pushed off a little bit too late, that it doesn't necessarily mean all that much. Especially because realistically, it's kind of evening out the gold lead. So the game is essentially even in my mind. But now, trap being laid, although I don't, yeah, I mean, they can just check this from afar. They have Hawk Shot, like they have so many tools at checking this. Although they really need to not get pinched on this wall. Like, they are trying so hard to get this ward. I don't know about this from Conduit. They are not going to get punished. They clear out literally every single ward.
But watch the flank, actually. Troy, the Enchantress Solero. Honk should just be caught out here, and that's huge for DDG. They find a second one with Kibo, and wow, Conduit now finding themselves picked after they tried to move up in the jungle.
Yeah. Honks just, again, they just feel so disheveled. Like, they just don't really, haven't been playing around each other. Like, Troy is not dying here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't think you killed this Poppy.
Like, it's just not happening. Just, you know, we have Sky picking up the mid lane wave, but yeah, I just don't understand from Conduit. They're just playing all over the place. Also, I cannot believe I have to say this for another time. If you're playing against Ashe Seraphine as a support, you just have to take Mikhail's. I'm sorry, put the Mikhail's in the bag.
There's the Baron, yeah. Here's just any amount of CC onto USA. JJ actually flashes over the wall, manages to run away for now, dodges the Enchanter Cluster Arrow as well. But I imagine should go down here, cease and desist to lock down the Volibear, and will just be slain here. Evil Lobster with the kill credit. But what I wanted to mention earlier about DDG is even if they do win this game, it is a long hike back up in this series. This is their first game while they're already down 2 if they end up winning it. So would have to be reverse sweep territory if they want to find themselves into the next round of playoffs.
Yes, long road, but so far looking great. We're gonna maybe get an Elder fight even. Because wave states were actually not great for DDG to utilize here, so... A lot of Baron time will be burned off by them shoving waves. But the fact I even have to say this, like, you're playing against Ashe Seraphine, yes, your AD carry has cleanse. But I'm sorry, like, Mikhail's just has to be bought. Sky could use it. Anyone that gets Ashe ulted could use it. Encore could use it. The fact that we're going for, like, Imperial Mandate, or Moonstone, like, I just can't fathom building this over Mikhail's this game. Like, because, like, the whole point of DDG's comp is picking out people through the sheer amount of CC they have. Although Evil Lobster kind of in a awkward spot here. Encore will go wide. So does the Tidal Wave, though. But will be DDG able to walk away from that one. Encore definitely hurting a bit more in terms of ult usage. But the Tidal Wave also going out does make that a 1-for-1. But it's 40 seconds to Elder. Baron buff will still be on DDG as it spawns. So they will have that to get priority. Although they are kind of stalled out, and now Ashe has a GA. Caitlyn missing a complete item here. She has no slot in the last pocket. She's even down 2 levels here. Animosity, of course. Kind of not doing too hot at this stage in the game anymore. Kled in the late game, definitely not the strongest champion in the world. But I think if you're Sky, right, you need to have this moment. The last time that Conduit faced DDG, it was Sky winning them, but one game they won in the series, popping off. Needs to channel that now. Although the poke, the range from DDG, unrelenting. They are going to get mid lane priority. Their Baron buff falling off right now. As the Elder is pulled up for the closest fight we're going to have in perhaps the last game tonight.
Yeah, I mean, this is really what decides it all. Is Sky and Nevermore are fighting on the other side. Never saw, sorry. As Sky goes gold. Here's the Encore onto 2, though. Evil Lobster trying to get out with the cease and desist, but now you have no jungler near the Elder Dragon. If USHHA can stay near it, it should be theirs. They're able to claim it. Conduit, but you lose the team fight. You get the Elder, but you lose the game. And Conduit are going down in game number 3.
Again, Conduit are just wait, no shit. Oh, they're gonna have backs. They have backs. They have backs. There's just no way. The game's over. The game is over.
We'll see. Animosity has Elder. It could be a move.
There's just no shot.
We'll see. Flashing for the towers.
Surely not, right?
Surely not. Animosity opting for the fight should be enough delayed time. We'll just go down. Some hope for Conduit, but it ain't there.
So the thing is, right, like Conduit this game, once they started just being overconfident, getting picked out, they just looked completely disheveled. They just had no clue, lost the plot completely. Sky constantly on the Kassadin getting caught out feels the most criminal this game. Like, you're playing Kassadin. Constantly flashing in 1v3 while your team has a lead and just dying instantly is just not it. USHHA playing Volibear bound to fall off this game. Gonna have less impact than the Vi because you don't have a point and click cease and desist. Hate to break it to you. Kled also crucially falling off, and I talked about this in draft. Do you want to take away a champion from someone in Fearless when you're up 2-0 and also taking away your top laner's best champ? Is that the smartest choice? Because if you go on and lose with your top laner's best choice, you no longer have access to that. See, if they played this draft out and they just were all playing takeaway champs, it's not the end of the world. They just sacked the game because they're up 2 games. But they took away Kled, right? They took away things like the Caitlyn, the Nami. All of these powerful things they're taking away for later in Fearless, all because you wanted to take away the Kassadin, which wasn't great. There were so many moments where Sky just super overconfident. Goes in, dies. USHHA as well kind of started doing that himself in the top side alongside Sky. At basically what could have been the hugest turning point in the game, which was thankfully thwarted by the rest of their team. Both USHHA and Sky try to play this like weird top trap where they just get completely collapsed on by 5 members of DDG. And that is actually what got the ball rolling. Yes, it wasn't Baron because their team defended it off, but they had no foothold in the game whatsoever before that point. And that was the point that DDG needed. And DDG held on to the very end. Troy on the Poppy performing excellently, by the way. MVP for sure going towards Brandy Fan, though. The 80 carries today have been absolutely popping off. But I'm so tired of saying this. Supports, please build Mikhails. It is so criminal that we are just not itemizing this item into champions whose ultimate CC you or your team. Yep. The most common pairing right now in the game in bot lane is Ashe Seraphine. Both of which have a very important and impactful ultimates, which both can be Mikhails. Please buy this item. I promise it's not bait. It's your friend. It won't hurt you. Because if Kibo in the one play where Honks gets caught, it's because he doesn't have cleanse. Yes, you can argue, oh, he should have positioned better. Sure. Someone could have also caught the arrow for him, but his team was just all over the place. Like I said, disheveled. But Kibo would have been in range to Mikhails if he had Mikhails. That would not have been an issue. And unfortunately, you're going to have overlaps this game where your Caitlyn is not going to have cleanse for Ashe Arrow or Encore. Like, that's part of the game. And that's when you use your Mikhails. So, a bit overconfident from Conduit is how I'm going to read that game. I think they just let things get way too out of hand, having way too much fun, or trying to this game. That DDG were let back in. But I also think DDG still need to examine this and be like have a big sigh of relief, because in reality, they probably should have just lost this game had those very crucial errors not happened from Conduit.
Yeah, I mean, I think building off the Mikhail's point, this is kind of a game of like what ifs, you know, like what if they didn't get caught out one extra time? What if that team fight didn't blow up in your face for Conduit around that Dragon 2? It's like, it was so close, but in like the messiest possible way, where everyone kept kind of throwing and maybe mispositioning or trying to go for plays that weren't really there. And that definitely like feels desperate to me, which kind of makes sense for DDG, who had their backs up against the wall. But Conduit, I think they should have been riding easy. They were up 2 games in the series. They're the underdogs. There should have been kind of no pressure on their shoulders. So a little bit weird to see that kind of forced momentum there, you know, using the Kled ult down mid lane over and over again when you didn't really have to. It's just a little bit strange coming from the team that was already 2 games up.
Yeah. Well, sometimes these things happen. Again, they're human. They're bound to make mistakes. And, well, they paid for those mistakes this game, right? Like that's exactly what happens. They paid, and hopefully they'll grow from those mistakes. We will be going to a game 4. Of course, our curse is still lingering in the background, looking over our shoulders, waiting, lurking in the distance. But we'll take a quick break before draft. We've usually been yapping till draft, but we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Never mind. I lied. Draft is here. Huge. Huge.
There we go. Actually, no break for us. Yeah, we don't get any breaks.
We did it. No, it's chill. We did it. Anyways, Corky Band makes sense. Best possible AD carry after. Also Ezreal. Need to point out, I think both of those champs are incredibly good right now. Although they took away the Nami from the Corky, and there's the Ezreal band, so best 2 AD carries left, gone. Tristana band makes sense. There is some flexibility. I do staunchly remember, never saw playing that, but they are going to get the Karma, and Karma, very flexible champion, so it doesn't matter what she's with. I'm going to think Jhin Karma maybe. I think if you're Conduit, you could maybe take Jhin Bard as a response to prevent Jhin Karma. But there are a lot of AD carries missing, right? There's no Varus, because that was played top in game number 2. There's no Sivir, because that was played in game number 2. There's the Bard. I think Jhin Bard is probably the next best thing available. But this is kind of putting Honks in a position where he's not really the highlight / carry of the team if he's on something like the Jhin, which is not what has been happening. He's been playing super carry champs. Has been working for the most part. Last game, we saw what happened, but is that really the fault of a pick or because of how he played? Probably not. They're probably still losing that. We'll just be the Wukong. I think DDG probably don't want to play Jhin now because of the Bard. I think if you are DDG, playing Jhin can be hard. Because you can get your ult canceled by Tempered Fate. You're very easy to catch out with the Tempered Fate as well, on top of the Wukong. So we'll see if that does get picked, or what they have up their coat with their AD carry. But could probably answer here with a jungle. I think if you're DDG would be pretty smart. But it will be the
And it is the Jhin. Yeah, Jhin Rumble actually as the combo taken up here, which I don't mind. You get a lot of burn damage, you get the ultimates layer on top of each other, can be very good. I don't like the Jhin in general, but if you do have higher damage champions paired with it, like the Rumble, it can definitely work as kind of some support from range from the AD carry role. But I do like the Wukong pickup here from Conduit. I think definitely one of the strongest junglers left available here in game number 4. And looks like they are kind of locking themselves into a dive comp on the other side for Conduit with the Kai'Sa on R3.
Yeah, so you play into Jhin, right? Jhin's great at like equalizing range and kind of giving you the range advantage back. But Kai'Sa, a DPS champion, so you can kind of outpace Jhin a lot of the stages of the game. And you can kind of run him down, which is the advantage of Kai'Sa, especially in like 1v1 scenarios. There's not really a whole lot Jhin can actually do to answer Kai'Sa just ulting on top of him. Because for a majority of the stage of the game, Kai'Sa will just kill him. He has no chance of fighting back because he's a burstier champion, right? Like, he's got to build towards 4th shot. He has to get multiple 4th shots until he's got 100% crit, right? And once he has 100% crit, he's chilling. He's a great late game champ. Really undervalued late game, I think. And I think underlooked at and underappreciated part of Jhin is how, like, he's basically Caitlyn. Except better, because 4th shot does missing health damage, right?
Yeah.
And you have the range to back it up. You have the pick ability to back it up as well. The downside of Jhin is he's worse than Caitlyn because of how his passive work into tanks. So if tanks come through, Jhin will be a little bit sad because you unfortunately can't just sit there with lethal tempo auto-attacking tanks 10 times and farming headshots off of them. Whereas Jhin, you gotta reload. So you have the downtime against tanks, which does hurt. But the tank thing is just not as big of a threat because LDR exists. So you can at least get around them a little bit better than you used to. Man, there was like such a long period where there was no Giant Slayer, so Jhins were just forever sad if a tank got locked in. Because they're just sitting there doing like 200 damage of 4th shot to a Scion who is like 300 HP. Like, are you like late game? Like, no shot. But it will be the Orange, speaking of tanks, being left alive here in the draft. As Fearless is starting to get a little deep. Talked about some concerns of Fearless in terms of what champs we were picking. Like the Volibear for USA, although able to get the Wukong for himself this game. Whether that was a ploy by DDG to let that one go through, or albeit anything else, I guess we'll find out. But the Aurora takeaway and bans from Conduit I appreciate, but it will be the Skarner providing much needed CC, much needed frontline here, and some decent synergy with the Rumble, right? You get an Impale, you just drag them onto the carpet, not much they can do, so very low range comp from Conduit so far, which means the value for Skarner goes up even more.
You just blind pick a Nivea here, and then there's nothing they can do.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, I mean, I really like the Skarner, as actually will be the Hui in the mid lane there. But I really like the Skarner, as you said, much needed frontline, much needed CC. I think it has been showing more lately and showing just how strong this champion can be. As the Mel picked up on the other side there for Conduit. I don't know what you get much in terms of the Reflect this game, but it is pretty good individually into the Hui if you can out-sustain him in the wave clear and poke department. So, could be pretty good for Conduit there, but now we have our Game 4 drafts. What's your read, Ozzy?
Oh, you also forgot you can reflect 4th shot and kill Jhin with it, so that's dopamine. True. That's dopamine. That's some dopamine right there. I accidentally killed myself with a 4th shot one time against Mel. This happened a long time ago, but I was like, yeah, I'm gonna kill her because I thought her W was already like, it was not off cooldown, so I was like, yeah, easy kill. So then I just killed myself with my own 4th shot. But read about the draft to answer your question. I think Conduit at the very least have a much easier draft compared to the last game. I thought last game was all over the place, and that kind of showed. They kind of just were not all on the same page about how they needed to play. Even if some of it was overconfidence or ego or funny or having fun, too much fun, who's to say, right? Like, or they just simply made mistakes because their comp was that hard. Who knows, right? Like, hard to speculate because we're not in comms, but this game, pretty simple. You just get your Wukong to go in, have your Kai'Sa dive the back line, and you win. You have Life's long range engage, follow up with the Call of the Forge God, Tempered Fate as well. Lots of immobile champs here to try and pick out on top of that. Hui, Jhin, both pretty immobile, so you could find Tempered Fates out onto them. For DDG though, pretty standard front to back comp here. Jhin provides some of that long range poke and, you know, pick ability, specifically the pick ability. Also great at finishing fights off, where something like a Rumble is not. Also, even sometimes a Hui is not that great at finishing fights off. Jhin is great because you have Curtain Call, or you have Deadly Flourish as they're trying to run away to kind of give you back the distance. So, DDG with the Skarner, I think for me, is going to come down to Evil Lobster, who finally did start to wake up. The Vi was very impressive last game.
Yeah.
Comparatively to his first 2 games that he played, were definitely not what I'm used to seeing from Evil Lobster. But now, a lot of pressure put on to Evil Lobster this game, playing the Scorpion, who does have, I guess, lobster adjacent claws, I guess.
Close enough, yeah.
Yeah, close enough. So, because he is a very big person in terms of CC for his team, where they are lacking good CC. Whereas, you know, Conduit don't really have that issue. Which I think, unironically, last game they were kind of lacking. Right, CC can kind of just win you games, right? We saw it last game, like, they had great CC for locking down Skye. Skye took so long getting his Zhonya's that Vi ult hit him basically every fight. Or he's getting Ash Arrowed, or he's getting Encored. So we couldn't have those, like, moments where Cassian is just weaving in and out of the fights. But for Conduit this game, they have a lot of CC. You got Bard Tempered Fate, you have his Cosmic Binding, you have Wukong Cyclone, you have both Knock Up from Ornn, and also his ult. You have Root coming in from the Mel. So a lot of options here. Also, decent long range from the Mel. Be able to kind of poke down something like the Rumble, who's trying to find a way into a team fight. Or to prevent the Skarner and in, right? Because he dashes in a straight line to try and pin you with his E. But you can root that. So that could be an excellent usage of your E as well. But yeah, that shakes up as we're still waiting on the game. But the question is now the Drakes. And I think this Drake is going to be, I was wrong, I've been wrong, but time to mix it up. This game, it's going to be the Kimtech Drake. I don't know why.
Okay.
There's no reason other than that it's going to be Dep. So.
Okay, fair enough. And I've kind of been the king of the dragons today for our first cast of AVL.
That's right.
I think I'm feeling an Ocean this time around. No particular reason either, but I'm gonna say Ocean Dragon for game number 4.
Oh, that's fair. You know, sometimes we don't really need reasons. You know, we just kind of pick whatever we're gonna like. So fair enough. All right, well, don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break. I'm going to turn my light on because we're obviously going to game number 4, so who knows, but might be going to a game 5 with our track record. Like I said, the curse is lingering in the background there. Reverse sweep could be on the table here for DDG. Don't go anywhere.
マーケットは迅速な発送ですぐにお届けします。あ、ボクセット？
大丈夫？
でも直接来てくれたの？これって
漫画みたいだったね。
しかも今衣装着てるし、花でもあれば完璧なのに。
完璧だよ。壊れ物だから自分で届けたかったんだ。
あなたって完璧。ありがとう。 ケット。
All right, on to game number 4 in this best of 5 quarterfinals series. And definitely the closest game, definitely the messiest game so far last time. But what are you expecting for this next one, Aussie?
Well, we finally have some signs of life from DDG. So, let's actually have a reverse of what's been happening. Like, early games has been kind of slow, but I think this one could be a bit chaotic. Could be seeing some cheeky pins come through from Evil Lobster early on in this game. Trying to gank around either the Rumble to get this Rumble ahead, or to try and get your bot lane a lead against this Kai'Sa, because Kai'Sa from behind, especially the champs that outrange her, is it's very brutal. I won't lie. So let's see if that happens. Already priority going towards the DropDeadGaming's bot lane. And speaking of cheeky, here's a cheeky invade, and he gets it.
Evil Lobster does get the buff. Very interesting move there. But I'm glad you have the confidence to do it when you are against the wall like this. Gets the camp and gets out. Straight thievery.
Yeah, now it doesn't have smite though, so return on the play is about to happen at his red buff. This is the most important thing happening right now on the map. This is JJ. This is a flashless Evil Lobster.
Yeah, going for the kill. Flashing
the slow though. One more Q.
Lobster.
Oh, he's not going to be able to do it. He actually completely messes up. That's
blast cone. So sad.
The thing is he flashed way too early. Like, he was still kind of in range, but Carlos does find himself the red buff, but should have easily been first blood there, I think, but it's okay. Of course, we kind of have all the information at hand, right? So he does not his fault. Does get the red buff, so that's nice. In terms of, would you rather your Gromp stolen or your red buff stolen? You'd rather your Gromp. So, although in the mid lane, Sky, I think, for Conduit, I think Sky has been really kind of underperforming this series. I really want to see him step up to the plate. And that was most, noticeable last game, right? There was a lot riding on that Kassadin. Now USA JJ is going to lose the trade.
More jungle fighting here.
Never mind.
Yeah, there's the clone. So much power in that clone. Actually gets the first blood now and manages to get away from the ranged damage from the Hui. So nice battle over the crab there. Actually might be able to go for the kill here and the crab eventually, but flash forward actually gets the kill. Nice moves from Neversaw, but now you have no flash, so you might just be dead as Sky will trade back, holding the flash for the Mel. And what an interesting and bloody skirmish in the top side.
Yes. See, I predicted correct. Even if I'm wrong about the dragon, I don't care. I predicted exactly how this early game was going to go.
True.
Very messy. And so, very messy one already, but Sky getting a kill. Great for the early game here. And this is winning for Wukong, right? Level 6 jungler. Comparatively to his Skarner, who, yes, pretty good at level 6, can also force out ganks early as well. As Troy actually being gone on in top as well. We'll not need to flash. We'll be able to walk out, but still, this Wukong getting accelerated. Usually we see things like the Triforce champs, when they get accelerated, getting closer to their Triforce, especially when they get that Triforce early, really starts to be a problem for teams. As now USA JJ goes for an invade of his own onto the blue buff of Evil Lobster here, and yeah, he's just gonna find much more in the way of this invade than Evil Lobster's gonna find. So USA JJ having an excellent early game so far on the Wukong. Yes, went down to Neversaw there again on the way, but truthfully it doesn't really matter that much because immediately traded by your mid laner, which is exactly what matters. Is now top lane play coming in.
Yeah, no flash on Troy either, so should just be dead, but actually just uses the equalizer and is able to walk away. Not sure why we didn't commit there, but in the mid lane, a little bit of threat onto Kibo there, but not going down. And yeah, just lots of bloody fighting, but no blood is actually shed.
Yeah, I will point out, though, I will point out that this is still a level 4 Wukong, or at the time was, so I could definitely see, as Troy was getting close to overheat, not wanting to force that play on the carpet.
Okay, fair.
All it takes is Troy takes over to overheat while you're on the carpet, and you're level 4, and you just get like 2 shots, so... Better to play it safe, and we saw when they weren't playing safe and playing incredibly loose last game, the troubles it caused them. So having a bit of reserve this game might pay off for them later. I think that was probably the smarter choice. Because you got the flash off of Rumble, right? The Rumble in theory should be beating the Ornn lane. So even if you're just alleviate the pressure and you're not getting a kill, that's truthfully all that matters. Again, yes, ideally you want the kill, right? Like, I don't think there's any champion in the game that's like, man, I don't want any kills. Like, that's not true. That's just not true. That's not even true. That's extra gold for her to build enchanter items. Literally does not matter.
Okay, true.
It does not matter what champ you're playing. You want kills. But at the very least, right, it is still a beneficial play, even just to alleviate pressure for the Ornn to just kind of sit here and scale like he wants to in the top lane.
Yeah, and this bot lane has been pretty quiet so far. You'd imagine, range versus range, the pressure's pretty even here. Jhin ideally wants to put a little pressure onto the Kai'Sa here in the early game before she's able to get much done, but not too much of that happening besides that CS lead that's building. But Equalizer pulled out in the top side here, but Animosity definitely not low enough for a threat. So the question I got for you now, Aussie, is we talked a little about it in the Champ Select, but how do you expect these mid-game team fights to go between these comps?
Mid-game team fights. Well, Skye needs to not get picked, and there's the root, like I said. And actually, he might still be in danger here. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Has to flash out. Actually, there's the Cyclone.
Goes in.
But now you're just by yourself and the whole team. Fourth shot will pick it up for Brandyfan as the rest of Conduit trying to fight. But there's the flash impale on the flashless Mel as flash forward now from Kiwi. Wants to get the root here. This will just be a very slow chase from DDG, but they get another one. That's
what
two
are they
down
doing?
From Conduit.
Oh my god. Skye and USAJJ need to just have a conversation. Like, this is... Somebody needs to talk to these guys. Oh my god. What is going on? Why is he going over the wall for this? He has no follow-up. His bot lane's late. Like, I'm just so lost what USA is doing. And then Skye also walking back towards this play after he just got out safely. I'm so bewildered by what the mid-jungle duo from Conduit has been doing this last 2 games in terms of like decision making, but it is just not working out at all, and they get severely punished for it. Granted, first Drake did not go anyone's way, so I guess that's the silver lining here for Conduit. They didn't get punished too hard, but truthfully, kills you did not have to give up, where now this gen has a hubris already completed. Like, I don't know. Because it's a consistent problem for the last 2 games. Yeah, it feels like they just simply just super disrespectful, although Front does need to be careful here.
Yeah, Troy does a lot of damage, but mostly just using it to clear the wave so far. So not much happening there. Grub's going down in the river. Skye trying to put a little bit of pressure here. But here's Neversoft. Flash forward from USAJJ. Does not quite have the Cyclone, though, so no CC available there. Skye just will hit by the Impale once again. No flash now. Is under some threat. There's the Reflect, which is pretty good. The ultimate is a lot of damage, but not quite enough to take down the Hui and return as Skye falls once again. Oh, well, but the curtain's calling on the bot side.
Okay,
Tempered
there's the There's the there's the thing I talked about in draft. But I'm just still so bewildered. I'm just so bewildered by what is happening. Like, Conduit confidence in the jungle just feels like it's completely breaking down. Like, USA JJ flashes in with no ult, doesn't even get in range for E. Like, I am just in utter disbelief at what's happening. I don't know if, like, maybe they're just shook from the last game or what's going on, but if Conduit are going to win the series, which they worked so damn hard to do, by the way, started off so strong, both of them have to calm down. Like, they have to calm down. Now USA JJ with no flash, already down to half HP. Sorry, make that literally one like eighth of an HP bar.
Yeah, just so rough here for Conduit. I mean, even the CS lead in the bot lane has been growing for DDG, and it is just, you know, yeah, you're down 1.3k as Kaisa, which is exactly what you want in the early game if you are Branny fan, who picked up some kills after that chaos in the bot side. Definitely not looking good for Conduit as they continue laying out this game. And I will say this gen has definitely had some good value so far. Is actually Call of the Forge God coming out here. Troy does have to use the flash, and the one play that Conduit were trying to look for doesn't exactly work out, and you can't dive a rumble now. Oh,
Happens every time.
Yep, more Tempered Fate action, but
Just every time you ult.
yep.
Man. Oh, DDG looking much better.
Definitely. Oh,
So that's nice. Sky,
Next.
they're just trading some damage between the two. Sky, of course, falling a bit lower there. As we'll be waiting on the Coco to be filled all the way to the top to collect some of that free HP from the Bard. But Conduit has me worried. I'm not gonna lie, like, this is starting to spiral out of control. The just very odd decision-making choices is just really starting to get to them. And it's been a consistent issue on who those decision-making things are happening to. Also, this bot lane is bleeding out so hard. This guy's just stuck under a tower. The Bard can't rotate because of that as much. The Hubris pickup was just been monstrous for Branny. And again, this is not to take anything away from DDG, because they have also worked really hard to get themselves out of the gutter, right? Like, they've been through the ringer. Right, they got dominated 2 games in a row. Last game was a very hard-fought victory for them. That, in truth, like, had Conduit not made a plethora of what-ifs in that game come true, you know, we could have been staring at a Conduit 3-0. So I get, like, for DDG, they've been playing so hard and so well in the last 2 games. Like, this game obviously not even remotely close to finish. Just Troy definitely mogging animosity here in the top lane right now.
Yep.
And these trades just spacing so well, completely avoiding all of Animosity's damage. Sky now trading onto Branny, although Branny will sidestep the Q, and now Curtain Call comes through.
Yeah, no Tempered Fate to cancel it this time either. But those shots are not as deadly as you would hope, as the pressure definitely still in DDG's favor, actually in all 3 lanes here. But now it's Kibo who wants to make the play. Flash tries to get the stun onto Brainy Fan, but does not connect with the wall, and Pale actually goes wide for Evil Lobster as well. Clone blocks the Deadly Flourish, so Conduit not punished, but they don't get the play that they want.
Flash gone off of Kibo. Thought the Cosmic Binding was going to connect on the wall, though. I mean, it just felt so far away, but I respect the attempt. I respect the attempt. Thankfully, it didn't spiral out of control for Conduit either, as Guy needs to not stick around. Curtain Call, obviously not off cooldown, but with the Evil Lobster looming in the wings, definitely don't want to get caught out trying to play for a wave you otherwise didn't necessarily need to take, but backed up by his team, so I'm able to walk away. Actually going to play for the plate even, so that'll be taken away as DDG now finally rotate their bot lane to mid and their mid laner down to bot. Kaisa now taking her reset now as the mana bar looking worse for wear. I think if you are Conduit, you need to just give this Drake. It's gonna hurt, but at the end of the day, you cannot contest this. You just don't have the damage.
Yep.
So this should just... Oh, Sky does have root. We're good. So, very nice. Proof of concept, everyone. You just root him when he tries to pin you. Easy peasy. And you run away. But Conduit now, I think, are in danger here a little bit. I think their mid-game really needs to explode. But I don't feel like they're in a position to even allow that to happen. As Sky might just be solo kill here.
Yeah, gonna take a huge chunk of damage from that spiraling despair.
Oh, Sky's dead.
Trying to keep pressure on.
All right, well played.
Definitely guesses wrong on the positioning there, but even if Sky doesn't die here, shouldn't be long for this world.
Okay.
There's the curtain call connecting to take down Sky. Kill credit over to Barani Fan. And it is still DDG definitely putting the pressure on in this game number 4.
Oh, man. Sky caught out again for Conduit. Completely avoidable, I felt like, as well, but Conduit now on the major back foot this game. And I talked about Fearless being an issue, right? DDG obviously not feeling that at all right now. USAJJ taking another strong jungler out of the pool with the Wukong. Ornn's off the table, so basically all of your frontline options for top laners are gone. Casante's still around, that's your only other option. Majority of the good enchanters are gone. Lulu, Karma, Nami. You still have Lucian Milio you can play. Whole lot of like good Milio 80 carries to pick it into. And you're kind of bound, like, depending on Kibo to pick engage to get value out of it. And Janna's also gone, so it's not even that threat, so we'll see what happens, right? Things like Soraka could come out, or who knows if we do go to game 5. Which it is looking that way, but it is very early to call in the game that that's going to happen. Mistake could be made. Conduit could just have a pop-off team fight and never relinquish control of the game from that point, but this is the first game in this series where DDG has had a lead and has comfortably kept that lead for more than 30 seconds. So,
yeah.
No caster curse, hopefully. Is Troy able to flash away from that gank? Does not die. As,
and it's Animosity matching into the Hui on top side now. Kind of interesting here. As they're going to get in a little bit of a scrap. Spiraling Despair does come out, but it's going to be pretty hard for Neversaw to actually get through Animosity with all that magic resistance. But definitely trying her darndest there as Evil Larpster. Now trying to keep this bot lane tower alive. But you are 1v4 in this instance, so could be pretty hard. Stun comes out. Here's the knockup with the Cyclone. Solar Snare does connect as well. Kill credit over to the Kaisa, which is very nice shutdown gold there for your AD carry.
Yep, they get the bot lane tier 1, although I think they're always going to get that regardless. Unfortunately, Animosity now just need to be careful. Pretty low. They're going to lose their top. I mean, they're just losing a gold. This is just straight negative gold play from Conduit. They lose both tier 1 mid and top. Animosity also forced off the wave. They get the kill, they get the shutdown on Kaisa, so that's good. They also get the bot lane tier 1. But still, negative gold play there for Conduit. And a scenario where realistically they need to explode their mid game, right? Like, it just hasn't happened yet. Time's not over, right? Like the clock is still ticking. Has not reached 0 yet. But that window is shortening with every single second that passes in this game to make that happen. But at the very least, Kaisa does now have her ornament. The Runans, or not Runans, wow, Guinzu's, my fault. Thinking of another on-hit item that I feel like hasn't been built in so long. Bring back Runans. Runan's a very fun item. Regardless, Guinzu's will be the ornament here for the Kaisa. Honks. Now, the Honks has had a pretty phenomenal series, all things considered.
Oh, yeah. Ooh.
Oh, nice stun.
Yeah, nice flash there, too, from Kibo.
Sad part is that Kibo kind of, flashing away means he won't have it for this Drake in 30 seconds. So, let's hope that doesn't come back to bite him, as this Drake is sole point for DDG, and also, I'm correct. So...
Oh, wow, nice.
Both on the board, although you got 2 back-to-back. Kibo's dead. Oh, nice portal. Wow, that was a great portal.
Yes, it was, as now we're getting into the team fight. Here's the Ornhorn giving a little bit of engage, but Wukong's already solo. Flash Impale onto 2 is huge.
Oh, no!
Evil Lobster, Tempered Fate saves the Scorpion's life, but not too much longer. Sky will pick up that kill, and we're still fighting. Animosities on the front line. Spiraling Despair was reflected, it looks like, by Spy. Golden Eclipse will take down the way. Deadly Flourish sidestepped, but Troy comes in there with the burn. But now a lot of damage onto Brandyfan on the Xin. Triple kill for Sky in this very explosive mid-game team fight, as we were talking about they needed, but no more's found for now. But Honks now should be able to take this. There's the shutdown. Able to get another one. That's 4 dead for DDG, but 4 dead on Conduit. What an explosive team fight.
And you know what's going to happen? We're going to have a run back straight to this dragon as soon as everyone respawns. We're going to get the replay here. Reflect from Sky is perfect. If Sky does not reflect this, it goes so much worse. I think Honks may be flashing over the wall here unnecessary, but flashes over the wall nonetheless, and Sky does eventually get picked up there, but shutdown going over to the Kaisa again, not bad. Conduit find a desperate win in a sea of troubles, raided by themselves, but they gain about 1,000 gold, give or take, off of that one fight alone. Kaisa now on 3 items, so keep your eye on Honks here to be able to pump out that damage. Also, it was a triple kill for Sky. Now on 2.5, or I should say like 2 and like 0.98 items to be more exact here. The gold is for sure in the favor, though no real ultimates now, so they need to be careful.
Fate. Yeah, we'll get some burst damage onto Troy here, but there's a lot going down onto Honks with the burning ground. But here's the call of the Forge God. Could be really huge here, as they're now looking onto Troy, but Troy goes golden, mitigating a lot of the threat here. Evil Lobster, now the new front line, gets the Impale, but only onto the clone. But Kibo goes down on the back line. Too much AoE damage from the way, and no one's really low on DDG, but now they're going to take down a second one, now even a third one likely from Conduit here. There's the 4th to fall as well. They caught Honks. USAJJ, the only one still left standing from Conduit, and they win the fight once again.
I mean, they just don't have the HP. They get poked out, chipped down before the fight even starts. And it's crucially Kibo getting, tanking some of the damage. So Honks could try to play that fight. But look, he can't, like look what Hawks can do. He can't do anything, right? He's not in a position to do anything. And now he's down to a quarter HP here. Sky also super low. Never saw doing so much damage. Severing Bolt there hits. Another one will hit later in this fight for the triple kill there. Just never saw waking up herself in this series. And we might be looking at a fifth. I mean, Kibo is just
Kibo, just so much damage. Yeah, slain in the jungle there. You can't face check against a Rumble like that, and your support's down. Maybe DDD can pressure the Baron.
Yeah, don't know if they're going to commit to it. Teleport here for Animosity is available. But they are going to start it. Baron damage for their team, not necessarily the best. Teleport forced out, and that's all they're looking for. They're just going to peel. Oh, they're not even going to. They're going to look. USAJJ.
Yeah,
actually.
Troy, there's the Deadly Flourish helping a lot here. Impale just onto one, but Sky goes down as USAJJ should be the next one to fall. Gets the Cyclone, but there's no use at this point. Honks can't even join the fight, and the mid jungle from Conduit are dead once again.
Well, I mean, definitely. Honks also has to peel away here.
Spiraling Despair is invested, but the root comes into the Honks, but actually it is Mr. Kiwi who's just laying there. Animosity on the other side going down. Honks finally falls to Branny Fan, and now it's just Kibo, the lone member of Conduit, roaming the map.
Well, I think, like I said, we might be looking at 5 here. DDG just waking up, scaling into this match, whereas Conduit struggling, making the same mistakes over and over and over throughout 2 games in a row, fighting them in this game so hard. Lane inhibitor is going to be taken, but Sky forced off, trying to chase them down thanks to the equalizer. And Conduit can do nothing but watch as our base starts to crumble here. Just the very start. So if you're a Conduit fan, game's not over yet. But Conduit went from having such a shining moment starting off today to just absolutely collapsing in these last 2 games, in which I feel like game 2, sure, or game 3, right? Like, for me, it just felt like they were overconfident. I've said that a bunch of times. Like, I do just boil it down to them being overconfident. But game 4 is really indicative of, I think, issues they have as players overall, because both Sky and USAJJ have been making the same mistakes since game number 3, right? It hasn't improved. It has been like they're playing with very little care and not really respecting their opponents. DDG were first in their group for a reason, right? Like, you lost to them earlier this split. You know how good they are. And now USAJJ.
Here's the Lone Lobster. Does catch with the Impale, though, as USAJJ uses the Cyclone, but does not get Tempered Fate, so we'll just burn it out, even though the rest of DDG are CC'd during that time. Here's the Curtain Call zoning Kibo and Honks. They're just sitting under the tier 2 tower, but this dive should be inevitable at this point. To get the Kai'Sa probably is game here. These death timers are getting longer as Honks uses the Killer Instinct to try to get away, is suppressed up and actually manages to kite it out for now, but Kibo should be the next one going down. There's Troy in the backline just cleaning everything up, and Aussie, dare I say, I think we are cursed, as this should be going to game number 5. 22, soon to be 23 kills for DDG in this game. And wow, they really just have roared to life in these last 2 games, and now have a reverse sweep laying at their feet.
Yeah, it's possible here. USAJJ, only person alive, not going to be able to defend this.
Yep, Spiraling Despair tries to get onto Neversaw, not a bad look, but will just go down. I'm mistaken, 24 kills over to DDG as they close the game out.
Well, if you're Conduit, I think you need to just take this break and just breathe. Specifically USAJJ and Sky. It is the same mistakes, the same decision-making mistakes that have now essentially cost them 2 games in a row. This one, at the very least, you can argue wasn't as close, so it's more forgivable. Right, like that's, I guess, if you're trying to be positive about it, like at the very least, like the game wasn't as close, like they were kind of just getting smashed. But at the same time, they wouldn't have been getting smashed if those mistakes didn't happen. They, in fact, were ahead before those mistakes were happening. They were in a good spot. Conduit have a lot of soul searching to do to prevent getting reverse swept, where I feel like DDG, they're kind of in their comfort zone right now and moving into Fearless. Like, they have so many untapped picks at their disposal. And Conduit starting to fall apart when the lights are the brightest here in the quarterfinals. I mean, if you're DDG, I guess you're happy. You're putting yourself to the test, basically. Because we have seen into the past where teams, you know, super winning teams don't make it very far, and then they get challenged in grand finals, but they just haven't been prepared because they weren't taking long. Well, DDG are just getting that out the way straight up, going to game number 5.
Yeah.
Conduit, you know, definitely scrap your team, you know, underdogs here, but that doesn't mean that they can't simply just fall apart at the seams here. They need to get it together. The mid-jungle duo of Conduit have been such a glaring issue in their losses. They need to lock in. Again, take some deep breaths. You still got a game to play. All right? It's a best of one, as all things are considered, with just a whole lot of champions banned. That's all it means. That's all it matters. Separating, you know, you and Simmies, you know? So lock in.
Yeah, it all comes down to this. I love Game 5s for that exact reason. You know, it's really do or die. We always say that, but it really is. And when you're in that moment, you're in the games, it's so much pressure. Whether you were ahead, whether you are coming back, whether you're on the road to a reverse sweep, it really is just a best of one. And that is when I think League of Legends is the most exciting. As I don't know, I think I would either give player of the game to Troy or Brandyfan there, but getting into draft for the next one. But if you want to recount that, who's your Pog from game number 4?
Ooh. I think I'm gonna go with. I never saw. I feel like was doing some insane things, like the severed bolts off the screen were insane, doing so much damage in those fights, but. Never saw, I think also, Evil Lobster waking up. It's a good thing, right? Like we saw it in the Vide game, we saw it in the Scar game. Had a bit of a rockier start, I guess, to game number 1. Or to, not game number 1, but like the first couple minutes of that game, because he goes for that invade, then gets invaded, but USAJJ kind of drops the kill by flashing unnecessarily. And then still kind of gets punished regardless later, so... But even then, I thought later played it perfectly. Kept finding USAJJ on a champ who can always like clone his pen, can always, you know, use the clone as mobility to get away from the impale. But in fact, he was just finding both of them always with it. So well played to him. But I think Never Saw for sure taking that MVP in that game. And it will be the Tristana. So there's the flexibility coming out. Of course, we saw things like the Kog'Maw that DDG have experimented with as well. Flex-wise, they played it mid, they played it bot. So don't sleep on those picks. But Conduit, they gotta come up with something. Their pick comps have looked great. Trying to play front-to-back standard or weirder, harder comps has not worked. And well, with that MF, that's not giving me a whole lot of hope, I'm not gonna lie, because that is a very stock standard team fight, front to back. You don't really have a lot of pick potential with that champ, so I'm worried for Conduit.
Yeah, I mean, that's not what we've seen them excel on, that's for sure. That game 3 was close, you know, even when they were exactly like playing that same style. But, I mean, yeah, Misfortune, obviously, is pretty strong if you can kind of play that team fight style a little bit slower. And it will be the Nico locked in as well. So maybe a little bit of Wombo combo invested there. You know, Jarvan's already out, or I would say that might be good with a comp like this. But it will be down to DDG for what they want. And, you know, game 5, I think people forget, 40 champions out due to Fearless, 6 bans before you even pick a champion. There is a decent chunk of the roster taken out here. And I think, you know, we already potentially have both of our AD carries locked in here, but I think that pool has been trimming down the most as we've gone on here, especially since Varus was taken out in the top lane in one of the earlier games. But will be the Leona, kind of a counter pick there, I think, in some ways. I don't like this matchup. Nico can turn into a minion. Your E doesn't work. Kind of not fun. But it doesn't completely make Leona useless or anything. So interesting from DDG.
Yeah, interesting to say the least. Of course, for Nico to turn into a minion as you try to Zenith Blade is incredibly hard micro-wise. Like, while that is true, it is very hard to pull off micro consistently. And even if that happens, getting onto MF is still fine. And you could still Solar Flare MF every time she tries to press hold.
That's true.
So, that's a benefit. Yes, it might suck in the lane. Oh well, you're picking it for not the lane. Much like the Nautilus, right? The Nautilus scaling out of the lane. In which the Nautilus did perfectly fine. It excelled in all metrics, right? So, just needed to survive the lane and did exactly that. Now the Rek'Sai pick here, flexible. We have started to see it in the jungle randomly sometimes. Some players kind of opting for the Rek'Sai jungle again. But we'll see if that is a true flex pick or if it's just going top or going jungle. Who's to say? Cassante and things like that are still open. I think Conduit struggling to find an answer into Trundle could be an issue because, like, you want some kind of front line so your MF can press ult at some point this game. But do you want to pick that front line into a Trundle? Probably not.
Yeah.
Like, are you going to pick Malphite? No. Like, I don't know. I am worried. I am worried for Conduit. I said it last game I was worried for Conduit, but this game, if I'm a Conduit fan, I'm super worried because the way things are going, my faith is dwindling. My faith is dwindling, and it has felt like DDG has kind of scaled up their drafts every single game. To the point last game, they started beating Conduit in draft, and now, obviously draft is not finished here. Still a lot to answer, I think, for DDG. But not the end of the world, I guess, if you're Conduit, because you can kind of outplay seeing things like the Trundle, right? You can find good picks into it. Seeing things like the Leona Tristana, right? Like, you have a lot of options here, but you only have 2 picks left. So it's how well you're going to utilize it. It will be the Zehen blind here for Conduit. I guess some flexibility. Zhongle still exists, even though it's not that great. But we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I like this. I think it gives you a little bit more scrapping, and you don't really have great front line, but if you can get, a good flank angle, if you can get into those team fights a little better, we've seen it do some great work. Like you said, still a little bit flexible, but I imagine it will be the Zehen top unless the matchup is, like, particularly difficult. But DDG will pick up the Anivia. We've been talking about that, and I think it is one of the strongest champions that was left available here. So could prove disastrous for Conduit if DDG can play it to perfection. You do get the counter pick into it, but I don't really know what you play that you're like, yeah, I'm gonna stomp Anivia. Oh, Anivia top, Syndra mid. Oh, they take 2 mages. Even better for DDG.
The Anivia top finally comes through, and it's not for animosity like I talked about into the Varus. It's for Troy, who, previous mid lane player, and of course Annie has been kind of strong. Actually, where the hell is Aurora? She's not banned.
Oh, yeah. She has been banned in the last couple games.
Yeah, she was banned the last couple games, so I'm so confused. I feel like for Conduit, Aurora just goes insane this game.
Yeah, weird.
Regardless, it doesn't matter. Annie, I feel like, does similar things, although maybe a little bit harder to pull off this game. But maybe it's a comfort thing. I don't know. There's a lot of things I don't know. But Conduit, like I said, I think they need to do a lot of soul searching. I think they need to take their early game and just take a very long, deep breath and reseat themselves back in the driver's seat of the series, because they had the momentum. They were doing super good. 2 games in a row being straight dominant. Not even a contest from DDG. Game 3 shaky, definitely winnable game for them. They make a few errors. They get punished for those errors because, again, we're playing at the elo. You're gonna get punished for those errors. I'm sorry. You can't make them every time and then expect not to get punished. And game 4, it's just a complete fall apart because of those mistakes coming back again. Game 5, they have a chance to prove themselves that they are the better team that we saw earlier today. They had the better drafts, they had the better team. Right? They were playing better. But now they're on the back foot. They're looking at getting reverse swept. When I talked about them not having expectations, well, now they put themselves to have this expectation. They don't want to be the team that gets reverse swept. No team wants to get reverse swept, even if they're the underdogs, because they started off the series in a winning position. Because then at that point, the expectation has shifted. Oh, the underdog is winning. Well, they should just win out the series then. Not entirely true. And DDG might just take us there.
I mean, I hope so. At this point, I just want to see an exciting Game 5. We had some close games. We had some pop-off moments from both teams here. And Conduit, really, like you said, they just have to show us what they've got here. We saw the cracks forming in game number 3. We saw the cracks get bigger in game number 4 as they're kind of being dismantled by DDG. So it's really up to them to either find an answer or seal those cracks as soon as they can and be able to play this out. But whose comp are you favoring? Who do you think takes game number 5?
Okay. Conduit, I think, kind of just get elbowed by this Leona, because, like, again, they're trying to play around like the MF Nico pop-off, which can still happen. The Annie can provide actually that. They might just get baited to try and go a little bit too early, or maybe Mr. Kiwiism, who has been kind of struggling this series, doesn't find the best ways of canceling the MF ult. But you also have Trundle Pillar for that. That's also been a very viable option when Trundle was meta, by the way, of just canceling MF ult. So even if Leona's not in a position to Solar Flare, which is going to be really hard to do this game, by the way, but should that happen, you have Trundle Pillar. If that doesn't work, you have Scatter the Weak. Oh, and if that doesn't work, you have Anivia Q. And if that doesn't work, you have Anivia Wall. You have so many options at canceling this big team fighting ult. And then you have Tristana, who's going to scale incredibly well into the late game. Incredibly well. She can use her ultimate to knock away the Nico as she tries to ult. So that engage is going to be shut down. She can peel herself with both her rocket jump and buster shot, right? Her R can peel away the Zen. Can peel away the Rek'Sai. You can buffer the W from Rek'Sai. There's so many possibilities here for DDG's draft that while it is a little bit spooky because we saw what happened when they picked Forest top and we got a Nivea top now and they're playing this like triple threat comp again, I think they're in a much better position. The only thing they need to worry about is not getting caught this game because Conduit still have the makings of a pick comp here. Even though it's disguised as a team fighting comp, it still has the makings of a pick comp.
And hopefully we'll see them pop off a little more, use their strength there. But yeah, I mean, it all comes down to this. And for us today, it all comes down to this one last dragon choice. So I'll go first here. Looking at these comps, you know, we haven't seen a Mountain Soul, I don't think, all day. So I'm going to say odds are eventually we'll see one. I want to see a Mountain Soul. Let's see some tanky mages here.
Okay. I'm gonna go with Hextech. There's really no reason, but that's it.
All right.
I think it's time to take a break before game number 5 because, good lord, our curse follows us everywhere. It just
truly does.
Bound and determined to happen. Anyways, don't go anywhere. We're not going anywhere because we got a game 5 on our hands and potential reverse sweep alert in the chat. We'll be right back.
All right, last game. Game number 5. DDG are 1 game away from making the reverse sweep happen, and Conduit are 1 game away from being very, very sad and having a very, very, very sad what if kind of story. What if they had won that 3rd game? What if they had made it to semis? And that, of course, would be heartbreaking for the team. But what do you make of this 3rd game, Aussie?
Well, lots of potential for some spiciness in the bot lane. We got Tristana Leona level 2, right into like Nico MF. You know, we have potential early shenanigans coming in from the Rek'Sai, right? Who, pretty notable early ganking jungler, or the potential to be, right? Because of how unique you can gank, because we're already propped for Brandy to avoid some of the Q damage from Kivo. Very bursty comps here across the board, right? Playing against one another. So, potential for there to be a lot of fighting this game. But at the same time, looking like this one's going to be a bit of a slower one.
Quiet early game, you might say?
No. Looking like it's going to be a slower one. But no, I would never say it would be a quiet early game. Actually, they were winning out on bots so hard. That has been a consistent strong point here for Conduit, and maybe one that Conduit maybe could have abused a little bit harder in this series, because kind of has just felt like Conduit spot lane is winning on their own without really a lot of help. But imagine if they were given the resource, right? Like, imagine they were given that help. They'd be in such a stronger spot majority of the time. And when we look bot lane as a potential gank, talked about some uniqueness coming through from these players and champs, and well, unique is a word to use with Nico and Rek'Sai, both very unique champs, and how they get the engage in team fights. So we'll see if that uniqueness pays off as Animosity. Oh, hold on. Kiwi?
Yeah, USHJJ gets the knock up here. Want to go for the very early tower dive. Poor Mr. Kiwi just stuck under the tower right now, trying to crash it as soon as they can to actually force down this kill. Second knock up. Zenith Blade trying to walk away. Does get the level up, which helps a little bit. Tangle Barbs is not good as it does not connect onto it, but the heal is invested for Mr. Kiwi. But unfortunately for Conduit, they do not get the tower dive.
Lots of time spent by this Rek'Sai. Does at least not lose anything in an invade, so that's a benefit, but gank in the mid lane as well. As now Kibo gets jumped on. Kibo overstays, no flash, he's dead.
Yeah, just dead for first blood. Nice moves there from the bot lane of DDG. They get the Nico, they catch out the support, and they get the first blood, and I'd say they get the momentum in this game number 5.
Well, talked about the strength of Conduit's bot lane, but this is very worried about the wave state, I understand, right? But you just kind of have to sacrifice it, especially if your AD carry is going to back, right? Like, this is perfectly well timed here on DDG's bot lane. They let Honks back, and, well, fortunately, on a ward is now Cleanse forced out of Honks as well on the return, as Evil Lobster does flash away to safety. Kibo following around the Rek'Sai, as now Honks is just... Okay, well, this bot lane is about to spiral out of control.
Yeah, I mean, nice rocket jump there from Brandy Fan, just taking that extra kill too. Honks tries to walk up, even invests the flash, but still goes down. And Tristana is definitely scariest when accelerated, when you can get those items. As here's another rocket jump. Tangle Barbs doesn't connect. This could be another kill for the Tristana. There it is, 3-0. 5 minutes in. Oh my god.
Man, that is the caster curse of a lifetime. I glazed their bot lane for being like the real solid, consistent member of Conduit, and it is just completely fallen to the wayside here. Oh my lord. It is just tragedy. Hebo does like walks in this bush on vision, misses the tangle barbs, and it's Brandy picking up a quick, easy kill. Game number 5 off to a rough start for Conduit. And we did discuss how for Conduit it's really important for them to have the rest of their members wake up, because it has felt like Sky, you know, and Animosity USA kind of been playing by the wayside, really haven't been awake for majority of the series. Well, right now they're gonna have to do a lot of the heavy lifting because bot lane is cooked.
Yeah.
Absolutely cooked.
I mean, it's just so rough when Tristana gets ahead too, because usually I see Tristana as like a counter to the Jinx and other like vulnerable AD carries like that. She hops on your head, she one-shots you, especially when accelerated like this. And Misfortune, I think, can definitely fall prey to the same thing. Misfortune's great against poke. You build the Bloodthirster, you can heal it back up. But when you're getting all in by a Leona and Tristana, there's no chance to heal back up. You're just dead.
You just get one shot. It's BF sword already for this Tristana. My god. This Tristana is going to be doing some crazy things later. Mid game going to be exciting to watch. Barring some errors, right? And then you even that gold lead back. Bot lane heavily in the side of DDG's favor though. Hack slash.
Oh, Zenith Blade connects. Here's the rocket jump forward. Do they have enough damage to take down Honks?
Oh.
Nearly Buster Shot leaves Honks with 1 HP on the other side of the tower. But still very good look there from DDG, and they don't invest much to get it. So it is just another win for DDG.
And Drake. So DDG, yes, they miss out on the kill, but I mean, they get Drake. That's what matters. And Cloud will
stick around for the counter gank. Never mind.
Well, you know, sometimes other times your support just roams mid and, you know, helps you clear the wave. So nice guy Kiwiism coming in to help get the Neversaw out of the lane. But that being said, Animosity in this top side doing quite a bit of CS. Wave state, very uncomfortable spot now, but will be the grubs started up by Conduit, and in fact should be all of them gone before Trundle gets out onto the map to even have a say. Although Animosity has been kind of put on these like really unfavorable matchups a lot of today. But when given the Kled, of course, we saw what happened in that game, and unfortunately, maybe the gas is out of the tank here for Conduit. We'll have to see. I'd like to choose to believe that's not true. But, you know, sometimes the brightest candles burn fastest. So.
True.
But let's hope, for Conduit's sake, if you're a Conduit fan, that's not true. For DDG, well, let's hope they used all their energy, because you've been playing so hard for these last couple games. Now finally you just want to break. Yeah, I mean, the damage is just, that's half health.
But could be a look onto the bot side here from Conduit. They had 4 members there, but they couldn't really find an angle to get to it. And that's kind of the difference I think we saw from the 2 games they won, is now DDG aren't really giving them the chance. You know, Mr. Kiwi isn't on that Enchanter. He's on one of the more bulky picks here. Tristana has Rocket Jump, Syndra has Scatter the Weak, and Anivia has Egg. Like, no matter who you try and get and catch out, definitely a lot more difficult than they're used to when they did have the pressure in those first 2 games. And, you know, now you're down 3 kills, you're down a dragon, you did get the grubs, but that's about all you got going for you at the moment.
Yeah. Also, we're still in the running here, actually. So,
ooh, yeah.
We'll see. We'll see if that's true. If one of us will get the dragon right, would love to tie you up since you've gotten 2 of the 4 so far. I've gotten 1. Now, DDG, of course, having Troy top lane as the Anivia, that's been pretty good. In fact, I'm surprised they haven't tried to punish this Anivia just yet. But that's not happened. Just been USA JJ looking for some bot love to try and help that bot lane recover after the disastrous early game they had.
Yeah,
He is down a lot of CS because of it. That is super bad. So should hopefully try to equalize that in the near future as maybe a potential catch here around the mid lane. Tunnel will get USA JJ away. And Animosity, yep, he's just half health now. Yep, that's the lane. That's the lane. Anivia top is just so annoying.
Fun times in the top lane.
And Sky's half health as well in the mid lane.
But Kibo under some threat here. Has to flash the solar flare. Definitely not great as one of your main sources of engage should not have that flash available. But either way, you were talking a little bit about this Anivia. What do you think about the Anivia top? You mentioned it's a triple threat comp, but obviously you're kind of missing that tank from the top side. You do have the Leona, but what are some of the trade-offs we might see for the Anivia?
Well, I mean, the issue here is you're playing Anivia, so if you get caught out, kind of hard to get away, especially if you get popped an egg, you're probably just dead. That's the downside, but you got some potential upsides here. Control mages all stemmed from this character. She was the prototype control mage. Because of her zone control, right? Like, she's able to control zones. She just throws down her ult and it just channels forever. And how do you outplay that? You can't really, right? You can CC her out of it or whatever, but you also have your wall, right? And really underrated abilities in this game that aren't considered OP but probably should be are things that create like obstructions to character movement. You say JJ?
Mr. Kiwi could be under some threat here. Maybe that's the pick you're trying to find. Bullet time, as it will be a lot of ultimates invested, as Tibbers will pick up the kill credit there for Sky. But they actually do get a pick that they wanted, and that's the first kill for Conduit in game number 5.
I really don't know about the Tibbers usage there. I really feel like we could have kept that, but it's fine. Sky will get that kill. And moment of truth. Who will it be? Oh, I'm right. So we're tied 2-2. That's crazy.
Wow. Insane guessing rate over 5 games.
Yeah, that's crazy. We're locked in today. We're locked in.
Yeah.
Anyways, speaking of locked in, Troy locked into flapping away.
Animosity's getting pretty low. Does heal back up off the minions. Had to use the Grim Deliverance, but is able to walk away. Still just kind of bleeding farm, though.
1-for-1 ult trade and Nibia ulted, guys. 1-for-1. The Glacial Storm just so strong. But at the very least, able to survive, get the wave. Though CS not getting any better. I hate to break it to the Conduit viewers. CS is not getting any better here for Animosity. I kind of feel bad. Kind of feel bad for Animosity. He's kind of been put into some really brutal lanes. You have the Shen versus Varus. Now you got the Anivia into the head. Like, cut this guy some slack. Oh, nice stat of the week. That's what I'm talking about. Oh my god. How do you even force a fight against this comp? Like, oh, it's so tragic for Conduit. That should have been easily a free kill. But Scatter of the Week reaction from Neversaw, perfect. Well, they're going to get an invade here in top side, so that's cool. But I don't think it's going to amount to really much. So, DDG kind of just chilling in this game, and I think that's the right choice to do, of course. I think that's the smartest choice here if you are DDG is they're going to get this bot lane tier 1, guaranteed. Although Branny's jump, I think, got cancelled there. Not sure, but I think so. USA JJ hovering around the wings here of Animosity in case they want to try something.
And I should be back now.
Yep, you're fine. Don't worry. Nothing. You literally missed nothing.
Perfect. My power went out, so we'll see if it comes back. Currently on hotspot, so I can still be here for now, but see how long that lasts. But Animosity in the bot side here, and yeah, definitely no more kills. So I don't think I missed too much here.
Nope, yeah, you literally did not miss anything. Promise. So will be a Rift Herald trade for bot lane tier 1 and more farm denial from Animosity, as the clone will just die almost to Neversaw, which makes sense. Nico clone is a clone for a reason. So as another clone will greet Neversaw as it turns out. This Nico champ, so funny. You just run around with your clones for vision. Anyways, if you're Conduit here, I'm just struggling to find an in, right? Like, I have so many ways of getting it in, but it's up to DDG to really allow that. Because again, their biggest team fighting ult is that bullet time, but they have so many ways of canceling it. Like, it is basically a non-factor this game. You also have like engage denial, scatter the weak. You have Leona peel, right? You have a Nivea wall. You have a Nivea stun. You have Buster shot. You have all these things. Well, this might be the way to do it.
Flash from Neversaw does get the knockup over the wall as well. Conduit find another one. And that is definitely a good track record now for them, trying to find these picks. Tanglebarb will stop Evil Lobster in his tracks, and almost evening up the kills here. Isn't a bad look for Conduit.
Sometimes I hate talking because I just caster curse literally everything. Everything gets caster cursed. So I talk about us having our curse, we go to game 5. I talk about, you know, our break taking a short amount of time. Oh, there's client issues, you know? I glaze Conduit's bot lane, and it goes to just complete disastrous territory. And I talk about, like, how hard it is to find an engage here for DDG, and, well, Neversaw just gets completely destroyed by Conduit. But it will be Drake over to Conduit.
Yeah, I mean, that's very nice. You get your second dragon. We saw the dragons is kind of what gained them momentum in the first couple games when they did win. They got the dragons, they got the fights, they were able to accelerate. And, you know, I will say we haven't seen the Fed Tristana do too much recently. They do still have a 4K gold lead. It's not like Conduit are magically back ahead and it looks great or anything. Definitely still rough, but they're holding on for now. They're not over-forcing. They're not bleeding out more than they have to. So maybe we'll get a little bit closer of a game state if they're able to kind of stay on this projection.
Yeah, again, also this gold lead kind of inflated because DDG opting for the gold play at that dragon, right? So Conduit could just do the same thing, right? Like, they could play for the gold instead, as now Sky.
Ooh, stun up, but actually here's the ultimate from Rek'Sai as well. Troy getting low, but Egg not even popped. Here's double teleports coming in for this team fight. So much damage actually just deleted for Neversaw. Sky should go down as well though. Evil Lobster will claim that one. Has to flash out as now Mr. Kiwi doesn't have much to do. Pop Blossom will catch the Tristana. Bullet time has to flash away, but now they could look for the counter gauge. Animosity moves forward, but no, not enough damage onto Tristana. Mr. Kiwi will go down on the other side, and Troy still trying to elongate this fight, but it will just be Conduit coming out on top there.
Well, hey, good fight by Conduit, right? Kind of all over the place from DDG. That teleport from Neversaw, definitely not the right place you want to be as a Syndra. In the middle of the entire enemy team, definitely not ideal. Gets punished for it, but crucially, Brandy didn't die, so no shutdown given over. And they're still kind of just chilling. Didn't really result in anything crazy. You know, unfortunately, it did give over 2 kills, but in the way for Conduit, not a bad fight though. They do lessen the gold lead by like 300, so that's cool. That's nice. That's nice.
Yeah, I mean, that's mostly what you could ask for at this point. When you get down in the other game, it is kind of just about trying to get some gold back, claw your way to getting a more even game state. And so far, they are doing that. Again, still down in gold. But I did like what they were doing there. They minimized the advantages that DDG had. They tried to, you know, play towards their strengths, burst the Syndra, get the team fight that you want on your terms. So a little bit more like games 1 and 2, I think. A lot of decisive fights, but there's the value of the tunnels there. As Pop Blossom only catches 1, but it will stop the rocket jump. So if they can burst the Tristana, that is huge. Shutdown over to Honks. Will take down the enemy AD carry. It's now Evil Lobster against the world. Will go down. That's 2 kills to the Misfortune. And dare I say, Conduit not looking bad right now. Hopefully no caster curses.
No, that's only me. That's only me. Troy's
Troy.
dead. Yeah,
Troy's dead now. Another victim.
Oh Lord. Oh, what is happening? What is going on in this series? Like, I feel like we're watching the Super Bowl. The amount of throwing going on in this game, pretty immense, and even in the series. Spectacular viewing experience, I suppose. Baron towards Conduit though, as they find a very nice team fight win and completely even out the gold state. Almost. Only about 700 gold down.
Yeah, so. And I mean, this is the scrapper we're looking for. They got that gold lead back up. They have the burst. They have, honestly, the superior burst and the picking if you get into those team fights, which is exactly what they've been finding. It's just about DDG, whether or not they can kind of peel, whether they can find fights, whether they can control the space, like we were talking about with Anivia. If you can use that pick for what it's meant for, it does do a lot of work there. But Conduit, they're nothing if not scrappy, and that's what's been winning them the fights lately.
Yeah, the scrappier the fights, you know, usually the better it is for them. That has been a common trend here so far. In this game. Can't say the series, because the scrappiest game we had was actually a DDG victory, so...
True.
So I can't say the series, but can definitely say for certain this game. Although, even then, Conduit's still kind of losing out. But hey, Hextech Soul Point gives them a very nice win con. And now Animosity might run down Troy if Troy doesn't play his cards right here. Surprised Animosity stopped. Just worried about Evil Lobster, who is now here. In fact, we'll see him in just a second. So it does get the back off it now. Well, Troy does need to respect that his jungler's no longer hovering him. And dips into the jungle to safety. Wise choice. USA JJ, I have no clue where Blood Bro is doing, but he's right side, so he gets out. Easy peasy. Literally no issue there whatsoever. And now they're just running around the jungle. They got Baron. Baron has about a minute left. Got Drake, you know, so they gotta wait 4 minutes for that. They're knocking down these towers, so gold lead exact even now, as bot lane tier 1 will fall. On top of that, Neversaw will use Scout of the Week. Potential play here.
Try, yeah. There's a TP fight coming in too from Troy.
Oh, no man on Sky.
JJ is already shredded. Here's Troy. You're walking right into it. No tunnel available. does use the ultimate to stay alive a little bit longer, but USAJJ taken down by the unleashed power. But here's the rest of Conduit. They're here to fight, they're here to play, as Troy now stuck against a wall. Too many members of Conduit around. Does get a lot of damage onto Honks, but will go down. Honks trying to survive through the rest of the game, but here's Pop Blossom on to the Tristana and a double kill over to Animosity. Conduit are just running these team fights.
Well, I mean, Scrappy has been the way, and this looked a little bit rough. Honks ulting in the face of Troy. Gets the ult canceled, but it's just really well played overall by Conduit. I mean, Kibo on the Nico has been setting up so many amazing plays, preventing Branny from playing. Branny just kind of in the wrong spot at the wrong time, basically multiple fights in a row. Means the impact of this Tristana, who got an insane lead early. Well, Sky, my friend, we are...
Ooh, hit by the Scout of the Week. Has to use the flash. Yep, there's the shutdown over to Evil.
Not sure about that one. Kind of reminiscent of what's been happening in the last two games.
The rest of the team's not with you. I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah. It just... Oh, man. What is going on in this game? Cinema, at least. That's what's happening. Cinema is... I'm witnessing peak. Kibo will utilize the Scryer's Bloom to scout out some wards. Beat the Leona from hitting that, so... Now, USAJJ is on this right side, so very slippery, very hard to try and punish for any bad positional errors. Takes a lot of skill to punish it, although right now could be a good time as the tunnel gets canceled, but no follow-up around, so could have been deadly there. Sky, oh! Kibo.
But there's Tibbers, and Pop Blossom misses as well. They don't catch the Tristana. Sky goes down. Nico goes down. Honks takes one back, but this is definitely a rougher fight for Conduit. They force the rocket jump out. There's another one for Honks. Should be an additional one. USAJJ picks up Mr. Kiwi. It's just Troy and Branny left alive. I thought that could have been better for DDG, but they still get run over.
Yeah, Troy is gonna go down here, I think, as well, potentially. Never mind, I think... Oh, they're going to keep going.
There's the wall Animosity, though. Getting burst out is actually... They turn it! Brandy picks up 2!
Oh, my God. The overchase. Into the overchase. Into the overchase. Into the overchase. Like when will we learn our lesson? Please.
Never.
Please. Please. Anyways, well, was great for Conduit. Don't get me wrong. But the unnecessary, like, deaths, right, is, like, keeping DDG in the game. They don't initially catch out Branny, right, which is an issue, but even with that, they still win the fight. But look, it's Baron for DDG because of the overchase. Exactly what they don't need. They're going to have to try and win this fight, and it doesn't even look like they're going to try for it. Honks just going towards bot side, trying to get this Drake, this soul. 2 seconds on USAJJ. Animosity has TP, already going to use it. And now, we get the fight to decide the entire game. About to kick off. Oh my God. Oh my
They
God.
used the tech! They used the tech!
Oh man, alright, here we go.
Yeah, the Dragon's at 3k. But yeah, you catch out the enemy jungler. That is just USAJJ gone. Here's the Pop Blossom, though. Could have some great value. There's Neversaw going down. But this Leona is tanky. Dragon goes over to DDG as they have the jungler. Here's Grim Deliverance right into 4. Not bad. Bullet time also here with the resurrection. Tristana goes down. That's most of the damage for DDG. Gone. Evil Lobster gets pulled back in. Animosity takes another one. Troy is on the wrong side of the map. Can they get the Anivia egg? Will be popped by the tower and will just go down there as Honks picks that one up, and Conduit are pushing towards those inhibitors.
They have every resource in the world to prevent Honks from doing exactly what he does every fight, and he just still finds a way. And he's doing it, majority of his damage is actually coming from his auto attacks, right? Like, the underrated part of MF is the amount of burst damage she does with her own auto attacks. Especially when she's able to, like, weave her autos on a different champs. And This might just be the game.
They are going to look for it. Never saw his backup, trying to get the flash stun, but the unleashed power just depletes the Annie. They're going for the Nexus, though. Can they get it? Tristana's here. The damage animosity trying to hit the Nexus. Grim Deliverance once again for the heals, but they can't finish it off. The Nexus stands for DDG.
Oh my god. There's no way. I mean, this is from Sky. Like, Sky getting caught here completely sells the entire thing, right? Because if he has stun up or they can stun Brandy, I do feel like they can just end here. But also, we have to talk about, you know, the elephant in the room. It wants to be addressed right now. Who gets caught at a crucial time for the plethora of times in the series? It's USA JJ. Baron goes over, right? Prevents them from having a good, like, soul fight, get there late. So they lose out on their soul win condition. For another 5 minutes. All of these mistakes add up, right? And it's been an ongoing and reoccurring issue throughout the series. Now, you know, you kind of got away with it a little bit in game number 3, but ultimately lose the game because of it. Game number 4, you have the complete just breakdown of decision making early on into that game that completely loses you control. It would suck to make those same mistakes in game number 5 and have that be the reason you lose this game. They're still in it. They're still eager and willing to fight. But this game is going to be decided in 2 minutes. Basically.
Yeah.
Barring the messiest team fight we've seen all night. Right? The game will probably end in 2 minutes. We got Hextech Soul spawning in here for Conduit. We got Baron right after. This fight decides the entire series. Game number 5. Reverse sweep in the cards for DDG. Backs against the wall at their Nexus. Open Nexus, by the way. Nexus Tower's not respawned yet. We have a potential, upset from Conduit, who faced this team earlier in the split and lost. They were able to pull off a single game in that series, but ultimately fell victim to DDG's prowess throughout the split. A couple mistakes could separate Conduit from going to the semifinals in a multitude of games here at this point. DDG having a very rough start to this series, needing to wake up at the most pinnacle hour as they find Troy on a war.
Oh, but this could be it. Troy was standing on vision, has to use the flash. It might not be now, but that flash could prove pivotal. They will not have it for Dragon or Baron whenever they fight those objectives.
Crucial mistake. Thought there was no ward there. Sitting around. But it's the vision control from Conduit. We have teleport coming in from Sky. And the last fight of this game of tonight. Stirring in the mid lane. You can cut the tension with a knife as the clone walks forward. Kibo now in the wings. And we have Sky in an excellent flank position that I don't think they know about.
Yeah, trying to get behind them. This Annie could do so much work with the Tibbers.
We're gonna scout it. Oh,
they
the scout is
do scout it out. Yeah, they know that Sky is there. They get mid lane priority. DDG are trying to move in. Dragon has been started
animosity here
by
as well,
Conduit.
The pitch is perfect. They could just go on Sky, actually.
They could try to go for it. There's a big chunk from Neversaw onto the clone, trying to keep Kibo away. The Hextech gates are nice. Reunite Sky with the rest of the team.
Oh, Solar Flare
Flare goes wide onto Animosity, but here's the pillar. but so much mobility from Conduit. They're just keeping it safe. Animosity now going through the portal onto the other side, trying to get that flank once again, just waiting for the moment, the turning point when this all explodes, as this fight should be soon. Animosity caught out on the backside. It goes into the Grim Deliverance, but doesn't even get the resurrection. Buster Shot pushes JJ out of the pit as well. Now this dragon has been reset. But yeah, your top laner's gone. You have to give the dragon.
Oh my god. Oh, the game's not finished. Oh my god, Animosity. Error. The errors that have plagued and kept Conduit out of semifinals continue. Continue and continue and continue. Small decision-making mistakes, arrogance, overconfidence, ego, whatever you want to call it. Conduit. You have teleport and Animosity here. Not all is lost. Solar Flare available. No Buster Shot, though. Crap. On to Kibo.
Kibo. Yeah, does have the flash too if needed. Has to flash for that, but gets caught by the Solar Flare. Now the burst is good from the bullet time, but here's Mr. Kiwi over the wall, but you have no damage, you have no follow-up, you're just dead as the support from DDG goes down. But here's Animosity, Grim Deliverance into the team. Looking for Troy now. Scout of the Week gets a good stun. Sky getting so low on the other side. Unleashed Power will take down the 80 carry for Conduit. This could just be the end of the game. They are 50-second death timers. Animosity trying to delay it as long as you can. But if they get a push, they could take the base.
This should just be the end. This fight. It's all because Kibo did not want to flash. The only reason is because he's trying to greed his flash. And Neversaw does so much work in this fight. Doing so much damage. Executes Honk. And now they're knocking. Kibo goes in.
Ooh, Pop Blossom, but there goes Golden trying to keep themselves alive. Yeah, Kibo's just gone again. This should be DDG's reverse sweep. Sky goes down, the turrets fall, and DDG remain supreme in game number 5.
Oh my god, what a game 5 to end it off on. The Nexus was open for DDG not 8 minutes ago.
Oh my god.
Conduit continue to make the same mistakes over and over and over, and each time they never learn, and each time they're punished. DDG claim what is rightfully theirs after a very long and hard fought, reverse sweep to move on to semifinals. Congratulations to DDG. Excellent stuff. Holding out for that long, keeping faith, the mental staying, intact after a rough game 1, game 2, game 3 going the distance, and being won off of some few mistakes that your opponents had to make. Otherwise, you just lose the game. If they don't make those mistakes, you just lose 3-0. Game number 4, dominant showcase from DDG. This game starts off dominant. They make a couple mistakes, then it's Conduit back in the driver's seat. But guess what? They make the same mistakes they made in game 3 and game 4 multiple times throughout game 5. And DDG punished them every single step of the way for those mistakes. Even though Honks has a monster performance on the MF in a game where he realistically just can't ult, it doesn't matter. DDG knocked. Conduit said no one's home.
Yep. I mean, what a thrilling end to the series, too. Like, my voice is dying. I've been yelling. But because that was just so much fun to watch. I mean, so many scrappy fights, so many things. I had no idea what was going to happen. And I just love that as a caster. Sometimes I hate the slow bleeds, the third Baron ends the game. This was not that. This was a fun series. This was explosive. Definitely reminds me of home for AML. But who is your player of the game and player of the series This one was very back and forth.
This one's going to be a bit tough. Okay, so this game, Evil Lobster doesn't perform. So series can't be Evil Lobster because he kind of fell off. Neversaw had pretty consistent performances, though I think you can argue at the start of the series was not that great. Brandy and Kiwi were for sure not having a great time. But I think the most consistent member for DDG to give at least, player of the series MVP is Troy. Troy completely dominated Animosity, I think, majority of tonight. I think that's a pretty easy MVP just due to consistency, if nothing else. I think also just like a huge member in being like a win, like in the wins, even though it doesn't necessarily feel that way. The Poppy game, right? Being able to withstand Animosity's Kled, right? Which that is his signature, right? Like he made his name for himself on Kled. And not only withstanding it, but beating it up. Like late game, we saw Poppy 1v1ing him and beating him. So like,
yeah.
And then of course, Troy just having excellent games, right, on the Anivia, right? I think had a pretty rough Forest game, but like that's probably a draft issue and realistic. Like I think that game was unwinnable to begin with, but consistently able to best Animosity on the top side. And then player of the game, I think Neversaw. Like the only play that stuck out to me this game, because yes, Brandy got a huge lead, but Brandy also getting caught out quite a few times, gave the ball back to Conduit to even drive the game. Neversaw the scatter the weeks, netting onto Kibo right at the end of the game there because Kibo didn't flash. Ulting Honk at full HP and getting the execute off, right? Like, while also scattering the week onto, I believe it was USA JJ or Animosity, either one. So to also prevent, their teammate from dying at the same time, right? Like, completely two different tasks, right? Gives my player of the game to Neversaw. So well played, like. But they, I have to be honest. They scraped by. They are not going to be able to just get lucky like this again, because that was luck. They needed Conduit to make those mistakes. The game was out of their hands. They needed game 3 for Conduit to not... Conduit could have made probably one less mistake that game and still won. That's where we're at, right? Like, Conduit probably could have made one less massive error in that game and then won 3-0. But they needed that to happen. Game 4, they showed up, right? That was the best game they had today. Game 5, they started off in the lead and they kind of threw it away. So there's a lot of questions, I think, for DDG that they need to like kind of smooth out and figure out as a team moving into the playoffs, semifinals up next. Because they were dangerously, and I mean dangerously close to getting knocked out in quarters to a team not only that they had already faced and beaten, but were massive underdogs coming into today.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really brutal place to be. Now, even more pressure is on you, and that leads perfectly. You kind of already answered it, but the next question I wanted to ask was, what should we expect from DDG in semis? Is it not much? Do we expect them to, like, rebound? Do they just get eliminated? What do you think?
I mean, they rebounded here, right? Like, the mental fortitude, right? Like, they got dominated 2 games in a row. I made a comment like Troy had like literally instant alt F4 as soon as he died in that last team fight to just go next in game 2. And game 3, they fought hard. That was a hard fought long game where they held on. Yes, they did get a little bit lucky that Conduit just simply lost the game for themselves. But at the end of the day, if they can hold on in those games and then have performances where they're game 4 was great. They had very little mistakes in that game. And even in game 5, when they lost control, they still held on, right? Against a Conduit team who had already shown twice today that they were a dominant team and could perform at that level. But they just weren't consistent enough. And DDG seemed, yes, while they had some struggles earlier on tonight, I think some problems with some players just not kind of being present in the games, right? Evil Lobster got that figured out in the Vi game and was there for the rest of the series, even though the Trundle was like kind of this game, still did his job. I don't think he's there to like carry the game or super gank or anything like that. He's simply there to just pillar and be annoying, and he did that. So Neversaw woke up into the series, right? Although I don't think she was necessarily always out. I think Troy had was the best player, and I think the bot lane for DDG really woke up in this last game. That was a very big necessity, because if that MF had gotten a lead initially, right? Because Honk does go on later into this game and get a bunch of kills. But unfortunately, it didn't start off that way for Honks. They had to climb back into that position. If it started that way, then we might be looking at a win for Conduit, because the Tristana would be completely out of the game. She can never jump in because she's just going to die. She does not going to do enough damage because she's behind, right? But thankfully they got that lead, and I think that's the biggest factor for DDG. Is while I do think consistency is a strength of this team, I think they need to work on getting consistent more like earlier into the set, because as it tells right now, they need a lot of warm-up time to get going. Against the team, realistically, they should have 3-0'd. We should have been out of here 3-0, easy peasy, or 3-1, right? Because they did drop that game to Conduit, right?
Yeah.
And it should have been pretty dominant, and their wins were not dominant for the most part. They had one game of their 3 wins today that was dominant. Everything else was hard-fought, waiting on the enemy team to make mistakes. And for a team that's top tier, you can't, that's unexpected, right? That's not to take anything away from Conduit. I think they played phenomenally today. So even push DDG this far, right, is a testament to how good this Conduit roster was. But at the same time, DDG, they've shown throughout AVL that they are such a dominant team for a reason. So I think they need to get back on that form. And let's avoid the Varus, Vladimir, Sivir drafts, maybe.
Yeah.
That's my takeaway.
Maybe leave that in quarters. But looking forward to next week. We will see you for semis, as they will move on. DropDeadGaming will be in the semis. I don't know if we'll see them on stream. We could be looking at 2 new teams then. But either way, thank you for watching. Thank you, Aussie, for casting with me. Thank you to Macros for producing for us today. And thank you all for watching. And we will see you next week for more AVL action.
Bro, just use Zen Market.